What's up, tricksters and tricksetas, and welcome to another Tier 3 sub VOD review presented by your favorite rating coach, Charlatano Papito. Today, at our coaching table, we have our friend Kraken, who is a Jett main playing on Bind in Immortal 3 lobby. So basically, this VOD review is going to be very special, and a very good VOD review. I can already predict it, because the guy is asking right questions. We can also compare his gameplay to some of the pro players as well. And we can finally focus on some, higher elos, essentially. Now, let's start immediately with the questions and, what Kraken asked us. Hello, I recently broke the Immortal 1, Immortal 2 plateau on my main, and I'm pushing my ult towards Immortal 3. He is already Immortal 3. On Jett, my win rate is fine, but it often feels like I'm winning with a team rather than through my own impact. My ADR stays low when I focus on trades and linking. I like to raise my personal impact on Jett without throwing. Okay, that's what we're gonna focus on, and that's what we're gonna do through this VOD review. But listen, when you're already playing in Immortal 3, and in a bit higher low lobbies, as long as you're doing your job, and you're doing, the necessity, the most necessary stuff, even if you're not winning every round, even if you're not, having, 30 kills, it's okay. You're playing against high-low people, you're playing against players that are, once you reach Immortal 3, everyone is kind of, on the same level, and you just need to do whatever it takes to win. Sometimes, whatever it takes to win doesn't include you only getting kills. There's multiple different ways how we can win the rounds, win the matches in Valorant. But, of course, you should be doing all of the fundamentals good, such as, closing the rounds, winning the clutches, and then showing a great level of ranked team play. So, we'll see. We'll see what you're suffering from, and what should be the medicine for you. My key issues... I'm sorry, I just ate before the VOD review. I'm bloated as fuck. Entry. Wait for team plan. When I dash and take space, I'm unsure what to do if teammates don't pinch arrive. After one entry smoke plus one hold smoke, do I continue alone, re-clear, or fully pause rotate? This really depends. This really depends on a lot of different factors. One factor is economy. In eco rounds, halberd rounds, bonus rounds, you should be willing to take more risks. If you're already playing an eco round with Jett or halberd or bonus, and we don't have a good economy, sure, you can take your 50-50. You can try to take more space. You can try to trade yourself for as many kills as possible, which is okay. Then, secondary thing that we need to ask ourselves is, where are you pushing exactly? For example, on Bind, on the A site, your only job, most of the time, is just to get inside of this position right here. And from this position, you should be scaling up and taking the site control together with your teammates. Now, when should you do this alone? As I said, if you are playing with a Shorty, Stinger, Judge, or Bucky, or some shit like that, maybe you can try, to apply additional pressure onto the enemies while your teammates are scaling up and try to do something about it. But, if you're playing a full buy round, then if you're unsure if Charlatan is waiting for you here with a Judge or Bucky or something like that, the best idea is probably to wait a bit and just focus on this type of a peak, focus on the minimap, and then once you gather all of the information, do something. Basically, what's very important when you're playing an agent such as Jett, any dive character in the game, fast information gathering, so that you always know, what is your next step. In the middle of your executes, you look at the minimap, you listen to the sound cues. Once you take the space, check the minimap, see where are your teammates, what are they doing, where are the enemies. Information gathering is everything. Not only in that specific round that you're playing, but also in the previous rounds as well, so that you can have successful executes and successful entries. Now then, like, you know, another situation would be the following. Like, on the B side, for an example, like, one of your main jobs is just to get inside of this position, and from this position to scale up together with your teammates. But, you know, if your teammates are already dying from the backside, from the CT, and from the elbow, it's time to move. It's time to make some kind of a decision. You cannot stay passive and do absolutely nothing. Like, this type of a question, as I said, like, there's no general answer that I can give to you. But the best general answer I can give to the Jett players is the following. Your main job in the full buy rounds, in the pistol round as well, on the attacker side, is just to take some additional space for your teammates in a safe way, stay in that position, apply the pressure onto the enemies, stay alive, and then move in with your allies. But there's always, like, you know, exceptions to this rule. Another exception would be like, you know, let's say you're doing execute onto the A site in a 3v5. Like, we're 3v5 at that moment of time. You need to take fights. Like, we need to take space, we need to make sure that we clear all of these angles properly, that we take the lamps, take the front sight, and we should be searching for kills. And trying to apply the pressure onto the enemies. Not only the pressure, but get kills for our team, for an example. Now, the question here was also, I'm unsure what to do if teammates don't pinch arrive. Like, if your teammates, like, let's say, back off. Like, you did an execute with a Jett, and your teammates just leave you dry. They don't come in. The best idea for you is to take as safe position as possible, from which you can isolate enemies in a 1v1 fights. Like, for example, if you're playing with the teammates that are playing pussies, I don't know how to describe them better, and like, you cannot really do this type of an execute onto the B set of bind, because if they're not gonna come in, if they're not gonna give you necessary utility for you to fight enemies from top of the tube, you will get fucked most of the time. You know, especially with the passive teammates or teammates that you're unsure if they're gonna come in with you and execute a site with you, you need to apply the entries and executes where you can always ensure a clean 50-50 fight with only one enemy at that moment of time. Like, for example, you know, you do a execute here. If your teammates stop, they don't go past this and this line, your best bet is to take the lamps completely, and then from the lamps we can try to apply the pressure, stay alive for as long as possible before we make some kind of a move and before our teammates make some kind of a move. And that is when you need to fight for some extra space, for an example. Then, after one entry smoke plus one hold smoke, I don't understand this. Like, after one entry smoke plus one hold smoke. What is a hold smoke? Are you referring to your smoke? Or what? Do I continue alone, re-clear, or fully pause rotate? Okay, we're gonna focus on this specific problem of yours in the VOD review. Hopefully it's gonna be present, because this is very situational type of shit. Like, executes are set in stone. Pathing is set in stone. Timings kinda set in stone as well. You know, when should you move in, when should you take space, and that's it. But once you end up on the bomb site, like, what you do depends on a lot of factors, as I already mentioned. Trade timing. When a teammate swings and dies, I hesitate between forcing a trade, even if far late, versus holding my life for a better timing. I often die trying to decide. Okay, let me tell you something. So, what is a perfect timing to fight with your teammates? Like, what is a perfect way to fight with your allies? Like, even though I mention refrag potential a lot of the times, what I'm mainly referring to is you taking an instant fight with your teammates. Like, refrag doesn't have to be like, you let your teammates peek first, they die, you refrag them. Fuck this shit. Like, especially when you're in ranked solo queue. Like, you consistently need to track the movement and positioning of your allies, and based on their body posture in-game, you need to decide, like, what the fuck they're gonna do. And are they gonna fight? Like, literally, you need to read the mind of your teammates if you wanna have a successful trade or a successful fight with them. Like, the best fight you can take with your teammates is the following. Let's say, for an example, you're playing on a defender side, and, I don't know, like, we're playing in the window, or long, for an example. Like, you're playing here, maybe watching the drop from the window, because window is open. Your teammate is in long, you know, ready to fight enemies there. As soon as you see that this guy gets a contact with one enemy, you immediately run towards him, and we take that fight together. Like, the time frame distance between your swing and the swing of this teammate should not be more than 0.5 seconds. Half a second, essentially. We should swing together, fight, shoot that enemy together. We live together, die together, period. Now, if you're late to fight with your ally, like this guy swings, you didn't read his movement properly. Like, one core mistake that players make in ranked solo queue is they force a refrag, even if that refrag doesn't work in their favor. Like, even if, you know, like, it's just gonna be a complete 50-50 fight for which enemies are ready. Even if utility is flying in your face, you go for this, and then you die. That's not a refrag. That's not fighting together. And that's a stupid fight, essentially. Like, when you're refragging your teammates, like, it should be in less than a second. Half a second, like, essentially. Like, you should be already ready for that fight. If this chamber died 2 seconds ago, like, look at the other options. Gather the information from the minimap. Gather the information from, you know, your surroundings. And ask yourself how you can take this fight with the enemies to work somehow in your favor. Do you even need to take that fight as well? Like, a lot of the times, like, when one of your teammates dies, like, if the numbers are still equal, or you have numbers advantage, or some kind of an advantage, or you're just, you know, 4v5 for an example, you don't need to immediately force some kind of a stupid 50-50 fight, and then basically just die for nothing. And then your teammates are not 4v5 anymore, they're just 3v5, for an example. So basically, like, when it comes to this problem of hesitation, in Valorant, it is always better if you make some kind of a decision, rather than not making a single decision at all. Like, the best advice I would give you right now is that you can kind of allow yourself to play on your instincts. You're already an Immortal 3 player. You know, your instincts are probably far better than 99% of Valorant community. Like, instead of thinking what to do, right now just do something. You know, if you see that your teammate swings and dies, make an instant decision what to do. And then over time, through VOD reviews, through self-reflection, through trial and error.
Motherfucker.
Yo, man! Mori, thank you for the Prime Gaming sub, and thank you for scamming Jeff Bezos, man. Through trial and error, you will learn how to fight, when to fight, and how to play these scenarios a bit better. But, as I already mentioned, like, basically, when you're doing this final push from Immortal 3 to Radiant, what are the most important things for you? The most important things for you is that you're reading the enemies properly and finding the proper solutions in the shortest amount of time possible, that you're reading your teammates properly, like already 2 steps ahead. Already 2 steps ahead. You know what you need to do. Like what your teammates are gonna do. Are they gonna fight? Are they gonna swing? For an example. And number 3, adaptiveness. Like, adaptiveness is the main reason why so many people stay stuck in Immortal 3. It's not even mechanical skill. It's not even game knowledge for a lot of the players, or the core decision making. Just they understand what they need to do a lot of the times, but they just do it way too late. Or like, they just don't understand how to play specific sequences in the game that are very important for a player of Immortal 3 skill level. Like, for an example, you know, it's a bit concerning that you ask me some of these questions. As a player that is peak like Immortal 3 255 rank rating. But also, it is good. Like, if you're able to reach Immortal 3 255 rank rating while asking these questions as well, like, the future is bright, essentially, for you. Like, then you still have a lot of room to grow and to get better as a player. Now, I'm just gonna give you one general answer when it comes to this specific question, like, of trade timings. If your teammate died and you were late for 2 seconds to go for a refrag, to fight together with him, most of the times, you don't want to force another 50-50. Most of the times, you should take some time to think, how can you create that next fight that you're gonna take to work in your favor, so that we can lower down the numbers disadvantage, make sure that we stay alive, and we always fight on our own footing, like on our own level and ground. But once again, like, you know, if you're playing some eco rounds, halberd rounds, or you're in a huge numbers disadvantage, play like a kamikaze. Take a fight. You know, like, especially when you're playing with a, you know, Stinger, Shorty, Bucky, Judge, like, close range weapons against full buy enemies. Every opportunity that you see on your screen to close the gap with the enemies and trade yourself for 1, 2, 3 kills, you take that opportunity, no matter what. Now, so, for now, you can try playing based on your instincts, but also try to play based on these core rules, fundamental rules that we have in Valorant when it comes to economy, numbers, and timings. Now, mechanical problems. Following team traits makes my crosshair tempo sloppy. Okay, a warm-up deathmatch 10 to 20... deathmatch 10 to 20 minutes, plus Kovacs routine, but aim degrades in mid-rounds. Looking for a targeted routine to raise my mechanical ceiling under pressure. Okay, like, then I'm just gonna watch your VOD review. Through private messages, I'll send you some aim training routine, and that's it. I don't know, I need to see your gameplay to answer this question. Like, this is also a problem for a lot of the players, like, in Valorant. Not only when it comes to mechanics, but also when it comes to general focus in the game. Players usually have the focus to play the first few rounds, and then after like 5, 6, 7 rounds, it's like they don't exist. Instant autopilot mode. And there is a way to fix this, and we're gonna talk about it and give you solutions throughout this VOD review. Entry but low kills ADR. Listen, like, at the end of the day, stats don't matter at all. But literally don't matter. Like, you either win a match or you lose a match. And that is the only thing that matters. Like, in an average game of Valorant, you don't need to have like 30 kills to win it. 40, 20. But not even 20, bro. Like, you just need to close out the rounds that are within your control, figure out different ways to make numbers advantage, help your teammates out to close out the rounds as well, and don't die in some kind of a stupid way alone, and make some kind of an unnecessary death. Especially as a Jett player, as I already mentioned, like, your job most of the times on attack, for an example, is to like take some initial space for your team, apply the pressure, and then take the fights together with your teammates. On a defender side, you are searching for opportunities to make numbers advantage by abusing various different weapons, solo setups, and team play setups as well. That's where the story ends. Like, you don't need to have like 150, 200 ADR. As long as we're taking one impactful kill every single round, and in 13 rounds that you won, you had that one impactful kill. That's it. You won the game, you move forward. End of the story. Your teammates will be more than happy to fight instead of you, or to fight for you. Like, for example, whenever I was doing these Iron 1 to Radiant, or Unranked to Radiant series, like, very, 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 very rarely, I was a match or team MVP.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Mala, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you a lot. Like, very, very rarely, I was a match or team MVP in Immortal 3 and Radiant lobbies. Even Immortal 1 and 2. Because the more you search for the kills, some pointless kills, and the more you focus on stats and shit like that, that's hard work. Like, you want to make your grind efficient, you want to fight smart, you want to win the games with a least amount of, mechanical effort invested in your games, and try to compensate every single shit that your teammates do, and try to counter every single shit that the enemies are doing. So, you shouldn't be focusing on that topic. You should be more focusing on topic of, especially, what Jett players really suffer from. Jett mains really suffer from enormous amount of inefficient utility, enormous amount of, like, bad timings, and enormous amount of unnecessary deaths in their gameplay. Because the character kind of pulls you in that direction, same as Reyna. You see an enemy, you fight. You see an enemy, you fight. You don't need to do that. Like, you don't need... Your brain doesn't need to be... Your brain should be wired in a different direction. Like, you should rewire your brain from a mentality where, I need to fight every single time, to mentality like, how to close this mother effing round. HTCT MFR. I just made that up right now. But essentially, that's your job in ranked solo, and that's always going to be your job, all the way up to Radiant. I create space and I try to link with my team, but end up with low ADR, kills, and sometimes feed. Dash with no follow. That's exactly the problem that I mentioned. Like this is the... But you are controlling this. Like, you're telling me all of this, like you have no impact. Like the guy is playing this video game from the third person. Like, you control when to use your dash ability. You control when to go in. Your teammates don't control that. Your enemies definitely don't control that. Like, okay, I can give you one more advice when it comes to this topic. Like, if I'm playing Jett on attacker side, for an example, and 2 times I do a good execute at the right moment of time, like we have the smokes plays down, I approximately know, okay, fuck the clove, Omen, I approximately know where are the enemies, I do a good execute, but my teammates don't follow me in. They play passively. Not because they're slowed down by the Brimstone Molotov or some utility like that, but because they're they don't want to go in. They don't want to follow me in. on the round number 3, I'm gonna play as passive as they're playing. From that moment of time, executes don't exist anymore. We can try to do some fakes. We can try to default and take some solo kills. We can try to just force the fights from the choke points. What's the problem? Okay, let's chill in the choke point until some enemy is undisciplined. Maybe enemies are gonna go for some mentally disabled peak. And once we kill that enemy, okay, that's also a really good timing to go in and take extra space for our passive teammates. But the worst thing that can happen to you as a Jett player, like you basically look at this guy, like he figured out how to get in this tracker. Smart dude, huh? That's my community. That's my community. Just a second. Crazy people. I like it when What now? What now, bro? Okay. So basically, Jett. Where were we? I'm getting old, man. Like I cannot deal with you guys and do this. So we were talking about the executes, about taking space with the Jett. Sometimes okay. So generally speaking, if your teammates are playing passively, they don't want to go for these default executes. In the full buy rounds, you can slow down a bit. It is totally fine. The worst thing that can happen to you is in every single full buy round, you go in, enemies are ready for your executes, they kill you, and now your teammates are left 4v5 without you, and on top of that, like, you know, you're not controlling the outcome of that round in any way, shape, or form. Like, then we need to play a bit of a baiting game. But we're not baiting because of ill intentions. We're baiting because, you know, if you cannot go onto the bomb site, take the kills alone, and open the site for your team. If you just die alone during your execute, we need to play a bit slower. You know, there's nothing else that we can do to compensate this type of a mistake. Now, how should I balance info, space versus frag output and convert pressure into kills? I mean, like, we're probably gonna talk about this during a VOD review, so I really don't want to waste my time doing that right now. Let me think if I can give you some kind of fun general tip. So, balancing info, space versus frag output. We're just gonna see a VOD review and answer this question during a VOD review because I'm probably gonna yap about it for an hour. Reading opponents. My early round reads, first 4 often miss. I struggle to identify repeatable patterns quickly. The first 4 rounds in Valorant are pretty much set in stone for you on every single map. On both attackers and defender side. Like, and the easiest time for you to make some kind of a blind decision is usually during these first 4 rounds. Like, for an example, you know, on bind, we have certain rules that are just set in stone in the first 4 rounds that you follow, regardless of how the enemies are positioning at that moment on a defender's side. So I don't know, why would the first 4 rounds be a problem for you? The real problem in Valorant, like, you know, what's the worst mistake you can make in ranked solo queue? You reach the round number 5, and you have absolutely no effing idea how to play the rest of the match. Because in the first 4 rounds, are information gathering rounds. Like, we don't know who are we playing with, we don't know who are we playing against, we don't know how enemies are gonna play on attack, we don't know how enemies are gonna play on defense. We need to use economy, team compositions, general player patterns, general players' ranked mindset, map rules, and agent rules to make the decisions where to go, what to do, and how to position. And all of that is quite simple, quite easy. So, we are doing a bit of gambling, smart gambling, in the first 4 rounds, and I don't know why would you struggle with that? I'll explain this during a VOD review, of course. But the real problem, you know, especially in Immortal 3, would be like, you reach the round number 5. You realized absolutely fucking nothing based on the first 4 rounds. You didn't track the enemy's utility usage. You didn't track how the enemy's position on defender side, attacker side, what type of executes they are doing. Are they playing together as 5? Are they splitting, faking, lurking? Is somebody playing alone? You didn't feel the game as well. You didn't feel what's easier or what's harder for you and your teammates and enemies as well. Like, that's why every single player in Valorant, regardless of your skill level, you should have like a very deep ranked playbook for every single map in Valorant. And especially for the first 4 rounds on both attackers and defenders side. Like, that is why you will notice in my playbooks on my Discord server, I put at least 50% of my focus in these playbooks. How should you play the first 4 rounds on attack and defense? Because these first 4 rounds need to be perfect. And most of the times, if they are perfect for you, you can just snowball the game. Essentially. And those are the info gathering rounds. Then from the fifth round is just pure adaptiveness. Like, you are adapting based on different sequences in the game and information that you gathered. Now, you struggle to identify repeatable patterns quickly. That's exactly the reason. That is exactly the reason why 99% of Immortal players are stuck in Immortal. And I'm sorry to break it to you, but there is no easy way of fixing this. Like, you need to review a lot of VODs, a lot of rounds, a lot of sequences in the game that are repeatable for you. Like I mentioned in a lot of my videos, that's a lot, in some of my videos, I mentioned that in Valorant, there is around 2,000 scenarios that are gonna repeat for you 24/7. When we combine all of the maps, all of the team compositions, all of the ranks. Like, once you learn how to play all of these scenarios, the game becomes mega boring and mega easy. Like, at that point, only your mechanical skill is gonna decide whether or not you win or lose a specific match or a round. And that is where you want to get yourself, on that specific level. But what people really don't like in Valorant is learning. You know, like, people, like, but it makes sense. You know, like, it's a video game. It's supposed to be fun. But, same as in real life, you know, going to the gym is not fun. Like, so, I mean, going for the gym every single day for 5 years straight can never be fun. It's just all matter of fucking discipline, mindset, and that's it. Learning something is usually not fun. Like, going to school is not fun, but you still have to do it. And it can be beneficial for you depending on what you're learning, of course. But in Valorant as well, like, you need to spend some time like outside of the ranked matches to analyze these sequences, these rounds that repeat for you. Like, when you end up 1 versus 1, 1 versus 2, 2 versus 2, with an advantage, with a disadvantage, when you do this execute, that execute, when you play this position, that position. Like, and that is the core reason why 99% of Immortal players will forever stay hardstack Immortal 3. Immortal general. Because they don't want to learn. They want to brute force their way to Radiant. And you can do that as well. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, if you play 10,000 hours of Valorant, there is absolutely no fucking way in an FPS video game that after 10,000 hours, you won't get Radiant. Like, if you achieve that, they should give you some kind of a Guinness World Record, basically. But you don't want to waste that much time. That's why coaching is there. That's why YouTube guides are there. That's why analysis is there from more experienced players. That's why all of this exists. Like, basically, for example, what is coaching? You're just trading money for time. And that's it, essentially. Like, that's the bottom line of it. Now, what is the easiest way to fix this problem of identifying these repeatable patterns quickly? Having a friend, a coach, or someone that is more experienced than you, that is going to explain these patterns to you every single day. That's why my private coaching never ends. Like, basically, you get private coaching from me. I'm there for you 24/7 for the rest of your life while you're playing this video game. And every single day, I wake up to 200 private messages, minimum, on the left side on my Discord server, and I answer on every single one of them, every single day. That's why I don't stream that often. That's why I don't make that many YouTube videos, because I just don't have time to do that shit, consistently. I'm trying as best as I can. Now, second thing that you can do, if you don't have a friend or someone that is more experienced than you, to be there for you, to be like your mentor, essentially, to help you with these patterns, is you can try comparing yourself to someone else in these type of sequences and situations. Like, for example, right now I pulled off the Aspas VOD review for this Bind VOD review. Like, how Aspas plays Jett compared to our friend right here. Like, we can analyze, when Aspas ends up in a 1v1 or 1v2, like, how does he fight the enemies? How does he isolate the fights? How is he executing the sites? How does he deals with passive teammates and shit like that? For an example. Third thing is, like, I can basically, I can put my left arm into the fire right now, but I'm 100% confident that 99% of Valorant community never did, 90% of Valorant community never did a self-VOD review. Now listen, I know that as a gold player, as a platinum player, as a silver player, that can be a bit of waste of time. But at least, like, just watch it. Just watch what type of shit you are doing from the third person perspective, and then tell me, is it a problem of you or your teammates? Observe it, like, how are you positioning? How wide do you swing? How do you play certain spots? Do enemies see you on these positions? How precise is your utility? At least some basic stuff. Like in your example, Kraken, like, for an example, you said that, you struggle with identifying these repeatable patterns. Okay, so first thing that you need to do is compile a list of these repeatable patterns. Like, just out of every single match in our replay system, record these repeatable patterns. If they are already repeatable for you, like, compile like 100 clips of the same fucking sequence that you lose or win. And then see, like, what is the common reason why you win, and what is the common reason why you lose. And it cannot always be your aim. It's impossible that it is always your mechanical skill. 50% of times it's going to be your aim. But 50% of times is going to be some other problem. Like, for an example, I don't know, like, What is a very repeatable pattern in Valorant? Like how you play the first rounds on attackers and defender side. Like the first round should be mega consistent for you. There's not that many things that you think about. There is a good first round, there is a bad first round. Strategy. And that's it. And if a good strategy is failing for you, okay, we have a problem. Let's see why is it failing? What am I doing so wrong in this first round to not have at least 60% win rate in the first pistol round? Then, a repeatable pattern can be like playing, certain 2 versus 2 and 3 versus 3 sequences. You know, that is a very, very important sequence in Valorant. When you end up 3v3 or 2v2 on both attackers and defender side. First thing that you can analyze during these sequences is how good is your team play game? Like, do you just let your teammates do whatever the fuck they want? Or do you control them somehow? And if you let them roam around the map however they want, do you play with them? Like, what are you doing while your teammates are fighting? For an example. Like, the first thing, like, for example, on the attacker side, this is a very repeatable pattern in Valorant. We're gonna take a bit more simple map, such as split. Let's say we played some kind of a 1-4 split onto the B site. Our teammate in the B main died. One teammate in mid died. But we killed 2 enemies on mid. What is the number 1 mistake that you can do in a scenario where you know that one enemy is here or here, where you know that we killed 2 enemies here and there's 3 of us mid? The number 1 mistake you can make on a map such as this is just rushing the round out. Like, just immediately doing some kind of a shit like this. Oh, just a second, my PC just died. Doing some kind of a shit like this, or doing some kind of a shit like this. Why? If you have, like, let's say 1 minute to close out this round, a much better idea is to just reset the round. Clear your anal cavity. I mean, that sounded very wrong, but, you know, we reset the round towards the B main or towards the A main. We clear our anal cavity completely, and we just go for a default 3-man execute. Enemies cannot kill you from multiple different angles. Enemies cannot fuck you up based on timing, based on luck, based on some kind of a shit like that. We eliminate the amount of angles through which enemies can lurk and kill us. And we are also keeping our whole team in check. Like, we can control the fights that the remaining 2 teammates are gonna take at that moment of time. But if you just, if you don't give a call out during that 3v3 and you just run it down like this, God help you. One enemy can come behind us, here, here, or here. Then one guy can be here, one guy here, one guy. We just don't know. Like, there's so many angles to clear, so many timings to be aware of. Like, this is a recipe for failure, essentially. And also, God knows what your teammates are gonna do. How are they gonna path? How are they gonna scale up? How are they gonna take a space? Now, questions for the VOD review. Rules for go, pause, leave after space is taken and team is late. We kind of talked about that, but we'll, answer deeper through the VOD review. A simple trade framework, distant thresholds, second contact rules to avoid late trade death. We covered this kind of completely. I don't know what else to say when it comes to this specific topic. Bottom line is, like, the worst mistake that you can make during the trades is that you were super late for the trade and you force a trade just for the sake of doing it. And that is usually the worst thing you can do in Valorant in general. Like, doing something just for the sake of doing it. Not because you think it's a good idea, not because you're ready for that idea, not because you're ready for that fight, not because that fight works in your favor. But no, you know, Charlatan told me I should play on a refrag potential. My teammate died 3 seconds ago. I'm just gonna swing, and that's not you're just idiot at that point. Like, so it doesn't make any sense. Micro routine to keep mechanics crisp while playing team linked. As I said, like when it comes to all of the mechanical shit, I need to see the VOD first, and then I'll tell you what's your problem. Like I really that's the main thing that I hate. Like yesterday, one guy. I mean, I don't hate it. I don't know how to help you. Like one guy wrote a comment, a paragraph on my YouTube video, literally 1,000 words minimum, explaining his mechanical problems, and like, brother, if I don't see something in the game, and you lay out like 10 different mechanical problems, I'm not a Nostradamus, man. Like I can just guess. And like you go to the doctor. You call your doctor over the phone. You tell the doctor your problems, but he doesn't check you up. Brother, I'm not gonna take a medicine that the doctor tells me to take, because maybe I have a cancer and he gives me a medicine for a headache or something like that. So yeah, how to turn space into frag ADR on Jett. Okay, a fast pattern and read checklist for the first 4 rounds and afterwards. The first 4 rounds are, as I said, like are set in stone. Like there's like we're just using very basic rules to read the enemies, to execute the bomb sites. On every single map in my playbook, I explained like the first 4 rounds. And that is, you know, that should be your main holy grail of knowledge when it comes to the first 4 rounds on both attack and defense of every single map, for every single rank, for every single agent. Afterwards, after the round number 5, it depends. You know, there's no checklist. The checklist is, you ask yourself what happened in the previous rounds, what type of economy enemies have, what type of economy I have, and how should I adapt my playstyle based on what happened in the last 4 rounds. That's where that adaptiveness come into place. Now, our friend Kraken, as far as I remember, we did only a tracker review for him. Like, I never coached this guy. Just a second. Yeah, I never coached this guy. I just did a tracker review with him. I gave you like this these 2 private coaching videos, man, like, and they kind of explain some of these problems quite in depth. Like, I don't know if you check them out, I don't know if you watch them, but you should definitely check them out. Okay, so I only shared that with you. Okay, we'll see what I can bomb you with. What other bomb we can send on to you. When it comes to the tracker, I'm not gonna waste my time on this too much because there's no reason to. We did that tracker. Brother, that food that I ate, I can feel it in my nose, bro. I didn't eat for the last 24 hours, and I ate tons of shit, right? I'm not gonna lie. So, I'm not gonna do a tracker review for the Kraken because I already did a in-depth tracker review for him, like, around a month ago, and I highly doubt that anything changed. The only thing that changed is that he now is like a peak 255 rank rating in Immortal 3, you know, and he is grinding, essentially, you know, he is moving forward. He finally stopped being a Hearthstone Immortal 1, Immortal 2 player. It's very good that you're playing on multiple accounts, that you have 2 accounts for your grind. I would advise you to split the playtime equally, or to basically, on one account, only play when you're 100% ready to play and perform. You can keep following this method. I probably explained it during our tracker review. And when it comes to this act, but this is okay. You know, like, team play can definitely be better. Like, you definitely have a lot of unnecessary deaths. No, not a lot. Okay, I'm completely like, I'm just bullshitting you at this point. Like, based on your statistics, like, I would say that you need to win on average 2 more fights than what you actually do. Like, on average, every single game, like, you have 2 rounds where you die with 0 impact. Like, that's what these stats tell me, like, when we combine them into one, essentially. And if we kind of fix that, probably this win rate is going to be much, much higher and much better. Also, I just need to ask, like, I did a tracker review for you, like, not that long ago. What the fuck is this shit? And the problem is, like, I don't remember a tracker review. That's a huge problem. Like, so we did it, like, let me see. Actually, we did it, like, a few weeks ago, actually. Yeah, this was 20 days ago. Just stop with this bullshit, please. You know? Like, play what works for you. Play what suits you the better. Like, stop filling. Like, what is this? Like, a little bit of Yoru, a little bit of Killjoy, a little bit of Cypher. A little bit of Omen. Fuck this shit, man. And also Clove. Like, fuck the Clove. You're playing Jett. You know? To be honest, like, since you already suffer from timings and situational awareness, one thing that really helped a ton the players that I privately coached on Jett is when they pick up the Omen as a secondary main. Because Omen is basically Jett that is slower. A Jett with which you need to think 2 steps ahead, essentially. So maybe, like, what you can try until the end of this act is just pick the Jett and Omen as your main agents. And don't touch anything else. I really don't know, like, how do you expect from yourself to be consistent and to be a consistently good Jett player when you only have 18 games on Jett and you have, like, 13 Sky, 11 Clove, 8 Vines, 6 Sova, then 6 Omen, then 3 Phoenix. Like, pick your poison, man, like, you know? You cannot play a little bit of this and a little bit of that. If you want to be consistent, this is also mega important. Now, everything else, like, as I said, like, we did a tracker review literally 2 weeks ago or something like that, so it was during this act, so I really don't wanna, repeat myself. Which means that we're ready for a VOD review. Okay. Let's put this here. Now, chat, let's see what the hell you said while I was focusing on him. I'm trying to improve my aim, but I'm trash and can't move from Iron. As an Iron player. Okay, listen, if you're Iron, and you wanna work on your mechanical skill, go on my Discord server, go to importing, actually, fuck the mechanics. Fuck the mechanics completely. Like, you're an Iron player in Valorant, or a beginner, essentially, or generally low elo player in Valorant. Watch all of this, and try to apply all of this first within your gameplay, just with these general guides. With my playbook on my Discord server, you can get at least Ascendant 1 in this video game. If you apply everything properly. Now, that's a problem, like, you know, some players don't know how to apply all of this, but that's why private coaching exists, essentially. Like, I don't know. Like, I cannot, you know, do it in a different way. On my second YouTube channel, you have, like, 165 free VOD reviews. Check some of the bronze, some of the silver VOD reviews that I did. Probably you're gonna find a lot of different solutions for your own gameplay in these VODs as well. Best advice I can give you right now. Let's see the Twitch and YouTube. King Ace, what's you, man? Okay, let's see. 6-7, huh? Are we still on that joke, bro? Like, 6-7? I want to ask how do I submit a VOD for a review to you? I'm inside the Discord, but I don't know how to do it. Is there any steps? If you're a tier 3 Discord sub, you just go to this channel right here, and here you can submit it. If you are just a regular trickster, you go here and you submit your VOD right here, essentially. Let me just check something. What the fuck? Ah, he's tier 1, okay. But by the way, like these free VOD reviews, you need to win a giveaway. Right now, there is a giveaway for coaching. Like, you can enter here at the giveaway raffles. You click this participate button, and you're in. And that's it. Mala, okay. What's up, Shol? What's up, Bio? Abdur, welcome. Furkan, welcome. Kirki is 0.1 actuation or 0.001 rapid trigger too fast. I don't know, man. Like, this is really a personal preference. Like, I just... I don't like 0.1, for an example. It's too fast for me. You just want to find what works the best for you. For some people, like, this is too fast. For some people, it is too slow. Like, I don't know. Like, everyone is different. Like, if a low actuation is fucking up your movement during the fights, and you're timing to stop and shoot, you can maybe use a higher actuation point. But I personally, I'm keeping it somewhere at the medium, essentially, like, because, you know, I'm not that fast anymore. The best thing about Valorant is actually learning, I think, but I'm a weird girl. Okay, we all are. I think that once you have a set in stone plan for the first 4 rounds, it frees up a lot of mental capacity to pay more attention to patterns than the other players in the game. Absolutely. Like, what really helped me back in the days, like before I started coaching and all of that shit, like already in 2020, maybe I'm too much of a nerd or just I take this too seriously, but even before I started doing coaching, already in episode 1, I had a built-in playbook for Jett, for every single map, and every single shit that I want to do in every single scenario. Like, I've written Word document with images as well. And that helped me a ton to develop like some good autopilot mode that I can follow in every single game, and where I can just focus on, you know, reading the enemies at that moment of time and focusing on gunfights and focusing on team play at that moment of time. And even on stream, I was using that a lot of the times. Like, I just put it on my second monitor. I'm playing Split, second round. What should I do? What should I buy? What should I do if enemies have 2 initiators, 2 sentinels, this, that? Like, it frees up a lot of time for you to look into the other important fact, like, to basically pay more attention on your teammates, essentially, and to make the absolutely best game decision. If you spend the first 4 rounds trying to work out your pathing and deciding what to buy and where to stand, you can't have the mental space to think about whatever. Exactly. Basically, when I'm starting my games in Valorant, I already know where I need to start and what I need to do. So I spend like basically 10 seconds, 15 seconds of a preparation phase looking at the minimap, deciding what to do based on my teammates' positioning, ultimate utility usage, and, you know, if my Reyna with a Leer is here, that means that motherfucker is gonna fight. And if I think there's at least 50% of chance that enemies go B, I am ready to take a TP, support that guy, or to play with him, for an example. Just a second. Consider your experience in that Valorant is my first FPS besides Call of Duty Mobile. What rank should I be having, more or less 300 hours in Valorant? With 300 hours, like, in ranked, you should already be minimum, like, goldish. You know, you should already be better than like 60% of players in this game. Like, you should be already gold with around 300 hours. And that's like a minimum, in my opinion. The only problem with that is Aspas has insane mechanical skill that hugely impacts his playstyle. I know, just we're not gonna focus on Aspas like killing the enemies with a one-tap. We're gonna focus on his positioning, movement, and decision making. It's always my teammate's fault, never mine. Absolutely. Accountability doesn't exist, man. Never. Especially when you play Valorant. It's never your fault, remember. It's always your teammates. Why you're losing the games, and Valorant is a gamble. You cannot rank up, and you cannot win your matches. You know? And Riot Games designed the game to make you stuck. That's why... And people that got Radiant, they bought the accounts. And they got boosted by the Valorant system. Okay. Jack will stream. Oh, it's not nothing. We're going for you guys. Okay, that's an interesting one. What is an optimal ADR for Ascended Immortal? But there is... I'm just gonna tell you, like, general numbers, okay? Like, I'm just gonna give you, general numbers for ranked solo queue. So, remember that you should never hyper-focus on stats. You should never hyper-focus on statistics, like, because statistics can lie a lot of the times. That's why, you know, when I'm doing tracker reviews, that's why I look at the matches, rounds, this minimap, to see the player problems, because these stats can lie from time to time. Because only God knows in these 74 matches how many of these games were unwinnable. Matches where he had a troll teammate that left the game, teammate that was toxic, enemies that are cheating. Brother, in 4 months, I played 20 matches against a cheater. What am I gonna do, bro? Like, the guy is cheating in Radiant Immortal 3, you know? Like, I cannot pull out my Schlongen and beat him up to death, like, I don't know. Like, but let me give you optimal numbers. ADR, 140. That's okay. That's, you know, average, moving towards the optimal. KD, as long as it is 1 and above, you can be fine. Because generally speaking, like, you just like, 1 kill most of the times is more than enough for you to close out the round and to impact the outcome of your games. Now, KST, 75%. General headshot percentage doesn't matter, because there's operator, shotguns, stuff like that. So, like, 20%, if you have 20% general headshot percentage, it's fine. Now, delta damage per round, it should be positive. Like, this number needs to be minimum positive. It cannot be -2. When you combine these stats of our friend Kraken, this is just telling you, this guy can have a bit better levels of team play, can be a bit more refraggable, and can also choose better fights. Minimum 2 deaths on average every single game that are preventable. Now, headshot percentage with weapons. Vandal and Phantom, 30% is okay. 30% is more than enough for every single rank, every single elo. Then, clutch percentage. Depends on the rank and elo, but on average 5 to 6%. Minimum. Okay, not minimum, like just 5 to 6%. Clutch percentage. Then, first bloods and first deaths. Ratio needs to be 1 to 2, or at least 1.5 to 1. So if you have like 100 first deaths, you should have a minimum like 150 first bloods. For an example. Last deaths. Depends on the rank and elo. But usually it should be like a 1 to 2, 1 to 3, or 1 to 4 ratio between the amount of games that you play. Matches and last deaths. Then, and that's kinda it. Like, everything else is a bit more niche and stats that are more important for my coaching than general public. Holy shit, man, I actually didn't see this. Like, you don't play on the attacker side. I totally forgot that this is your tracker. Like, your attacker side is so bad. Jesus Christ, man. Like, on defense, you're actually good. Defense is more than enough to get Radiant. But attack, bro. We do not exist, man. This is like it's like I'm a like his attacker side ascendant. His defender side, we can probably already be Radiant. What the fuck? Okay, we need to hyper focus on that attack, which is very good. We're starting on attacker side. Bada boo bam. Yo, Sha, what's up, good old mask papaya? Yo, Amen, what's man? Yes, well, I needed to adjust to my PC play, and I'm silver 2, but I've been playing seriously. If you got silver 2 with 300 hours, that's fine, I guess. Like, you just... Like, there's so many players in Valorant that are silver and gold with thousands of hours. Like around 4 months ago, I coached a gold player, and I shit you not, the guy was gold since episode 1. And he is still playing every single month, minimum 60 hours of Valorant. And he is gold. But that is a good sign you need a coach, you know? Now he is finally in Diamond, like, just, like, bro, low elo in Valorant, like, going from Iron 1 to Ascendant 1 should be a joke to anyone. Literally. You just need to invest, like, 20% of your time outside of the game. Like, 20% of your IQ, mental power into actually thinking instead of doing random shit. In a lot of your older VOD reviews and guides recommend Stinger Shorty combo over Spectre a lot. Is this still accurate? I still think that Stinger is much better than Spectre in terms of economy, but Stinger and Spectre right now are equal in terms of power levels and economy. I don't know how to explain it. Like, basically, Stinger makes more sense because with Stinger and Spectre, you're going to be taking the same fights. You're not going to fight with Spectre on 30 plus meters. Are you? Are you fucking... You're not going to do that. You know? And you're paying 500 credits more for absolutely no reason. In these bonus rounds, force by rounds, eco rounds, like... Save that money for operator for some other days, you know? Can you check my tracker attention? Maybe later, maybe later. We need to start with the VOD review. Okay, this is gonna be a good one. A great one, actually. Let's go on to bind. Come estás usted? Molto bene, molto bene. Molto bene. Or muy bien. Is that Spanish? Como estás? Yeah. Or... Fuck, bro, I just spilled it. Ank, please do the league coaching. Today I started playing League of Legends again. Like, I'm gonna try getting Master Tier until the end of this year. And then I'm gonna probably start some League of Legends. Soon. Purple, when is the giveaway, VOD? Tomorrow. Tomorrow the giveaway ends.
Guys, come on. The spike.
Molto bene, gusto.
30 seconds left.
Okay. Let's begin. Now, we are on the attacker side of Bind. Our friend doesn't know how to play the first 4 rounds, which is concerning for an Immortal 3 player. Some rules in Valorant do not change at all based on your rank and elo. Like, some rules are just related to the fact that you're playing in a Valorant ranked solo queue environment with random 4 imbeciles against 5 random imbeciles. And you need to lead your imbeciles towards the victory so that we become victorious imbeciles. You know? Now, Bind. Default bomb site, number 1 priority, B site. Number 2 priority, A site. What does that mean to you? That means if the B site is weaker for the enemies, and every round where you can end up on B with a spike plant, you should do that. Playing pulses on B site is 4 times easier rather than A site. Next rule. One strategy that you should try at least 2 or 3 times in a regular part of the match is a 5-man push through B long. Because it is the easiest strat to be executed, where your teammates cannot make any macro mistakes, or micro mistakes essentially. We smoke the window, we smoke the CT, we fight for elbow, for sight, that's it. Even if our push gets stopped, we always have a TP to reset the round, pause a bit, and do something else. Also, with this strategy, we can do a fake later on. We can send 4 people through B long, while one of our sentinels is lurking through showers, fake the B site, and then go on to the A site against maximum 1 or 2 enemies. Now, whenever enemies are playing an eco round, halberd round, bonus round on a defender's side, we want to avoid window, A short, and showers. Whenever we are playing some eco, halberd, or bonus round on the attacker side, the easiest kill potential we can find in window and A short area of the map. Now, in the first 5 to 7 rounds, on the attacker side of Bind, defaulting is not allowed. Whoever defaults in your team, he is probably bald. And you should try to persuade your teammates to not default. I don't know how you're gonna do that. I don't care which technique you use to persuade your teammates. Offer them a free sex, free Valorant points, a blowjob, I don't care. But try to lead your team on Bind. To do something together. 5-man push B long. B split, A split, showers control. Let's take a pick here, pick there. The more you default early on a map such as Bind, the less success you're gonna find. Because every single one of these choke points works in a favor of a defender side team. And your teammates can make an enormous amount of mistakes. From the round number 5, or actually 6, we can decide what to do. Defaulting is only good if our team play is not working, number 1. And number 2, if you have an idea how you can fuck up an enemy alone and then reset the round. For an example, enemy chamber is always peeking in the showers with the operator. Pick up the operator on the attacker side with Jett, hold this off angle right here, kill the chamber, tell your teammates to default to hold long, short, B and A while you're dealing with the chamber. We kill the chamber, We reset the round and go somewhere together. That's okay. That's fine. But we cannot do that in the first 5 rounds because we have no idea how the enemies are going to play. And what are they going to do? Now, these 2 areas of the map, B long and A short, 90% of times, you should be going through these 2 areas of the map. 90% of time. The only times you should go through window and showers is if it is a it's some kind of a grandiose plan from your teammates. Like your teammates basically, you know, have some idea, they want to do some specific execute, they need you in a window and showers, okay, go with them. Or if your teammates are consistently dying in these 2 areas of the map at the start of the round, go help them out and play with them. Now, what do we push in the first round? Completely depends on the enemy's team composition. We don't even care about our team comp. If enemies have 0 hardcore sentinels, we do a 5-man push onto B. We go through long with a classic light shield and 2 smokes, or with a ghost and a smoke. We clear the long area of the map properly with our teammates, and we go for our default execute in the first round, which is dash ability, smoke here, do this, get into this corner, clear this angle, and now from this position we fight together with our teammates. Now, if enemies do have 1 hardcore sentinel or more, Cypher and Deadlock, I don't know, like Vise, some shit like that. Like what is not a hardcore sentinel, Chamber and Veto, for an example. Then we do a 5-man push through A short in the first round. Classic, light shield, smoke and updrift. Or you can go with the 2 smokes. Or you can go with a ghost and smoke. Even frenzy with a smoke and updrift can work. We clear this area of the map properly, and we're going to be talking about that later. And then your only job is to dash inside of this smoke here, clear the lamps from behind, take the lamps control, take the front side control, and now fight with your teammates. There's nothing for you to read in the first round. Like, this is the best idea to be done in ranked solo queue, and that's it. Now, but what you should think about is, what the fuck can this team composition do to fuck us up? And how do usually players play these agents on bind? Like, for example, if we're taking the B long area of the map against the Sage and Reyna, we need to play some anti-flash setup. Like, we just need to, like, you know, bait a bit here, wait for our teammates to go there, and then scale up with them. We need to see if the, you know, Reyna is going to use a flash, Sky use a flash, etc. Your teammates don't want to go. Ask for some utility here. I don't know, Omen, like, what do we have? We have Neon, Vele, Deadlock. Okay, we don't have anything. It's okay. You can use your smoke, one-way smoke here, and scale up with the smoke. It's fine. You know, but we need to be ready for that shit. Also, we should be ready for Chamber, playing mega aggressively in almost every single area of the map. We can expect some kind of a peek from that motherfucker. And other than that, there is nothing that enemies have to fuck us up. As a matter of fact, this is a very, very, very weak team composition on a defender side of bind. Against this team composition, we can just go 3 rounds in a row onto the B site, and then in a 4th round, do some kind of a fake. You know, maybe 4-men push B long, with a fake towards the A site. The strategy that we talked about at the start of this VOD review. So that's how we think in the first round. On every map, on every agent that you play. And that's it. We have a very important, you know, alert in chat. Just a second. And that alert is the following. Hey dude, be careful. A guy added me on Discord, using your name and stuff, saying he streams and that he stumbled upon me by chance. I realized that wasn't possible since I'm French. And the account was created 2 weeks ago. I know. like, there's at least 3 fake accounts on Discord that are using my name and the names of other coaches as well, like Trick Aim and OD26, etc. Just always remember that I will never, literally never, contact you first on Discord. Like, I never contact anybody through private messages on Discord. Ever. In the last 5.5 years. Unless you're a sponsor. Or like, you know, unless you're a sponsor, basically, like, you know, booting or something like that, I'm not gonna engage with you, probably. Like, you will have to send me a message first. Let's see what our friend does in this first round. So, because they have a very weak team composition, yeah, we can go with a Ghost and Smoke. And we can do some kind of a 4-1 split onto B side. Okay, so far so good. There is absolutely nothing better you could have done here. Like, just when you're playing with a Neon in your team, if you see that this is a very often occurrence, where your Neon, you know, like, does this type of shit, try to suggest your Neon, brother, maybe we should slow down a bit. You know, can you slow down so I can follow you up? Otherwise, if this keeps happening, just like, you know, there's nothing better. There's nothing that you can do. I mean, we cannot run as fast as Neon, unfortunately. Every time I try to IGL in my games, they make fun of me because of my voice. They call me grandpa. What do I do in this case? You tell them that they're mentally disabled. That's it. Oh, don't do that. Like, I don't know, use a voice changer. Like, call through the message, you know, through the text messages, I don't know. Like, basically, unfortunately, because Valorant community is mentally disabled. Like, most of the women that I coach in Valorant, like, they are using the voice changer to IGL. And it's a very sad reality, and a very sad shit to do, but, like, their win rate just skyrockets after that, bro. Like, basically, once they start using voice changer, their teammates are actually listening to them, like, at least 40% of times more than without it. Which is absolutely fucking bonkers, like, I mean, where have we come as a society, bro? Elon Musk is sending rockets to the space and, you know, in Valorant people cannot communicate if they are not male. Okay, let's focus on the VOD for a second. Wait. Okay, I mean, like, from your side, this was pretty good, in my opinion. Like, there's literally nothing better you could have done in this first round, except killing this chamber. Like, just here, like, you know, what is the problem when people are engaging enemies in these close ranges with a classic triple shot, with a shotgun, with a, you know, Bucky, Judge, Shorty? You don't even try aiming. Like, you gamble so much with your crosshair placement and your shots. You don't even try. Like, as much as you want to be precise with a Sheriff, with a Vandal, with a Phantom, that same level of precision you want to have with a Shorty, Judge, Bucky, and the motherfucking classic pistol as well. Especially with a classic triple shot on this range. Why? Because you can just delete this guy and send him out with a server. Just look at this. Look at when you took a shot Like, what is that? Like, take your time. Like, all you need to do to kill this guy is nail one proper triple shot right onto his face. Don't rush out your shots. Look at this. Like, you took a triple shot before you were even moderately close to his head with a crosshair. Then you drop down, and once again, you go for some random triple shot. And that is the main problem of players when they're taking this type of close-range fights with a classic triple shot and Bucky, Judge, Shorty. Like, on this range, you need to understand that this is the fight that you have to win. And this is the fight that you should win. Like, the only way for Chamber to win this fight is to nail some miraculous bullet into your head while you're jumping onto him and moving, you know, close up. Usually that's not gonna happen. If you just take your time and make sure that your crosshair is exactly where it should be. Like, this was an easy kill, but overall, like, there's really nothing better that we could have done in this round. Like, our team has played this terribly wrong, and especially the Neon.
You have 3 duelists. Oh my god, I just realized that.
Wait. So, you enter the match of Valorant. And after the first round, you realize that you have 3 duelists in the team. Which tells me, did you even check the enemy team composition? Do you know which map you're playing? You know? Do we know which agent we are playing? As I said, first 4 rounds are set in stone. You ask yourself, which map are you playing? What are the general rules you follow on that map? You take a look at the enemy's team composition to decide where to go in a first round, second round, third round, fourth round. You track the enemy's economy to make your decisions as well. Based on the enemy team composition, we can expect how they're gonna play. Like Chamber, for an example, peeking in the B-long area of the map with a teleport. That's quite expectable. Sky flashes, Reyna flashes. That's your problem in the first 4 rounds. You already, at the start, we started the match with some kind of an autopilot. Already at the start, the game is giving you free information. You know, by showcasing you the enemy's agents, map that you're playing, like, and stuff like that. So, this is a bit concerning, like, you know, for a player that...
Oh my god.
of your caliber, at least. Watch Exter's Bucky is truly inspiring. Yeah, I mean, the guy's very good. But you will see that, you know, when Exter is using a Bucky, he is not rushing out his shots at all. He always makes sure that that crosshair is on the enemy's body, and that one shot is gonna get that guy out of the game. What voice changer? I have plenty of them, like, I don't know, like, there's voice mod, you can use a voice changer based on a Go XLR, like, if you have a Go XLR, like, I don't know, like, depends, if you want to spend money or if you want something free. Just tell them they won't receive any Christmas gifts from you. Dubbing AI, yeah. That's also okay. That's also okay. Yo, John, what's man? Okay, now, second round. So, what type of information you gathered from the first round? The first info that we gathered is that the Neon is a mental patient. She's playing too fast, and we need to tell Neon to slow down a bit. Give her a suggestion. Hey, Neon, can you maybe play a bit slower and wait for me so we can execute a side together? We got the info that Chamber is indeed going to play aggressively on a defender side a lot, and we need to expect that on both A side, B side, everywhere. We saw the enemy Jett on the B side, and Except that we got no other information. Because this Reyna probably played on the A side. So essentially, Clove is the A player. Reyna played on A. Sky is playing on A as well, while Chamber and Jett were playing on the B side. So in this second round, a much better idea would be to send it B again. Maybe through the B window, with a shorty and 2 smokes. The reason is very simple. It's going to be far more unpredictable for the enemy team. Like, if enemies already punished your execute in a first round this hard, majority of the enemies are going to be playing towards the A side in the next round. Going A in the next round is not a mistake. It's just it's way too predictable. And we already know based on the first round that 3 enemies played on the A side. So in this next eco round, it is just 10 times smarter to go onto the side that is default for us, but also go onto the bomb side where we know for a fact there's only like 2 enemies playing there, probably, based on the first round. So here, you know, shorty, 1 smoke or 2 smokes, and we send it window. Now, when it comes to micro-correcting your teammates, what type of micro-corrections we have to do now? We need to tell the Clove exactly which smokes do we need for this execute. And we need to tell our brother Neon, Neon, I'm gonna lick your pussy. Like, I'm gonna give you the best cunnilingus. Call me El Profesor. Just please slow down a bit. And let's try to play together. Because enemies now have the outlaws and we need to jump spot these angles. We need to bait out their shots. If we just swing it out and run it down, we're not gonna have a fun time. Yo, Wump, thank you a lot, man.
Can you smoke truck?
In your opinion, what percentage of ranked players are mentally disabled? Good 60% plus in Valorant.
Okay.
This was not a good jump spot, to be honest. Like, okay. So if you do a short jump spot to only check the enemies that are on top of the truck and here, you need to do a second jump spot as well. That is a bit wider. Like, we can do this and then this. Like, we need to check if a guy is, I don't know, holding us here with outlaw, and to see if somebody is there before we scale up. But also, one more tip when it comes to playing Jett is when you're playing these eco rounds and halberd rounds with a shotgun, with a stinger, with a judge, shorty, like, it's better if you start on the right side, because you fully avoid all of the peaks from this position right here. Your only job is just to jump spot the enemies here. We can use a fast smoke there, get into this position, and now from this position we can go for any execute that we want. If enemies smoke you off, we can use a smoke to simply use this type of an execute and get into the lamps. Through this smoke we can just send it, you know, into the lamps with the default execute and just run the enemies down. Scaling up, you know, with the shotguns and close range weapons from the left side might be a bit too dangerous because, you know, if like enemy Jett or Chamber right now are hiding here and they peek you on timing, I don't know. Holy fucking shit. What is that smoke setup? And here, like, I don't understand, like, okay, you saw that the enemy Sky with a ghost is in the lamps. Run her down with your Vele. Let's go. Or dash on top of the truck and then let's kill that Sky from behind. Your Vele is already applying the pressure up front and Neon with a stun. Bam, bam. Your only job right now is, you know, that's the ghost. And then we can fight with our teammates, and we took this space for our allies. But God forbid, like, how is this Immortal 3 smokes, man? Look at that gap, bro. Look at that. Look at that guy. What the fuck is this, bro? Like, if you see this type of smokes in Immortal 3, you need to correct your club, man. We cannot have this gap there. We can have a gap on the left side here, but tower in this position needs to be closed out. Like, basically, the smoke goes directly here, and the second smoke here. This can be open, like, you know, something has to be open. But tower cannot be the position that is open, essentially. It's okay. What you did here was totally fine. What you did here was totally fine, like, and if you had a normal smoke setup, this one probably would have been much different. Because Chamber would not have this type of a fucking gap there to see us and to go for these two shots. He was still playing instead of this smoke, and that would probably be an easy kill for you. Listen, good. But anyways, as I said, like, you know, we already predicted at the start of this round that enemies are gonna play minimum with 3 guys on the A site. So why in the eco round we are sending our teammates towards 3 enemies that are playing A? Like, that is the main weakness of Valorant players in ranked solo queue. Way too repetitive. If you see something in the first round, some macro positioning, we can probably expect that in the next round as well. Bro, that neon is gonna be a huge problem for us. Like, that neon already fucked us up 2 times in a row. That's gonna be a hard teammate to play with. Yep. Judge, okay, we can do that. Because they have the outlaw, we need to do that. Trying A again. Okay. I mean, we can try to break a pattern, and considering that you have a judge only, it might work. You can take the lamps control, take the frontside control, and then play with our teammates. First 4 rounds on B is the formula for bind that Pepito prescribes. 3 rounds in a row B, and then 4th round fake. Like, you will win at least 60% more than you would, like, if you just randomly do some shit.
Chamber.
Like, what is this lobby, bro? Like, how is this Immortal 3, man? Listen. Problem number 1. Problem number 1. We had to check the left angle. Like, an enemy could have easily been behind this neon wall right here, and we had to check it. Problem number 2. If you're doing a 4-man push, 5-man push through A short, you cannot have this type of a smoke setup. Like, what the fuck? Like, what is this smoke for? For Jesus, like, who is, like, there's no 6 players in your team. Like, whenever you're doing a 4-1 or a 5-0 push through A short, 1 smoke here, 2nd smoke here. Or you can have a 1-way smoke here and 1 smoke here. When is this setup good? When enemies are playing a bonus eco or a hull by round. Like, first smoke goes on top of the truck right here. 2nd smoke goes here. So that is the smoke setup that we should have had right now. As I always say, I don't want you to be an IGL. And I'm never going to coach you to be an IGL. But you should be leading your teammates in the first 4 rounds. Where to go, what to do, and that's it. And you should be telling your controllers which smoke setup you need to do a specific execute. Because especially as a duelist player, like a lot of people in ranked have a misconception, oh, I need a perfect stun, perfect flash. You don't need anything. You don't need, like, the only thing that you need as a duelist player is a good smoke setup that is not gonna fuck you up nor your teammates. And that's gonna allow you to take a space in a safe way and as we should. Like, this was horrendous. First, we didn't check the left side. The smoke setup is horrible. And also, when you do this type of an execute with a judge, just try to run down the enemies immediately into the lamps. Even if the Sky is dogging you, maybe you can try to dodge her dog. Like, I mean, she needs to activate it to bite you. You have this corner right here where you can easily outmaneuver that dog.
120 chamber.
And Deadlock that is watching the flank. I mean, that is a huge weakness of our team on the attacker side. But Deadlock is making a huge mistake here. That once again you can correct with your communication. So, I need to enable our trusty epic pen. Just a second. We need to start. Picasso mode activated. So, first things first. Okay. First things first. Very important rule. If you didn't see that enemies like to lurk, like to flank, like to push you from behind, you cannot waste your time watching for a flank and lurk that never happened before. You need to move in. We need to fight together for space. Fuck it. We're gonna deal with that guy later. Chamber is not a Sonic. Chamber is not in a Mario Kart driving around the map like Dr. Mundo and his motherfucking skin. He needs to walk. Keep his position a secret. Or whoever the fuck pushes this position or this position. They need like at least 15 to 20 seconds to reach this position. Or to reach this position. Go into the site, take the lamps, take the short, take all of this, you know? Clear this area as well. And now, we can pay attention on our back. You know, if we are missing the enemies. If we think that the enemies are behind us. Okay, now, the problem with this one is also you have a judge. Like, even if you notice that, Clove is, has a bad smoke setup, and that enemies can kill her through that smoke and from the showers, once again, there's nothing better you could have done. Like, these 3 rounds are really, you know, 3 rounds that there's nothing better we could have done. But there's one thing that we could have done better. And that is pushing the B side 3 times in a row. Because as I already mentioned, the enemy team composition is so weak when it comes to defending B site. It's our default site. You can control your teammates better. So I don't know why we're executing A site when we know that there's like 3 enemies defending it minimum.
120 chamber.
Okay, Sky dies. What do we do now? Meter up, spike it up. Okay, this is a very common mistake the players make with the shotguns. Like, okay, enemies know that you have a shotgun in the lamps. But do you think an Immortal player is gonna peek you here? Let's be honest. Like, I mean, I know that a lot of players in Valorant are autopiloting, but if that Sky knows that you have a shotgun in the lamps, like, you're just wasting your time here. Instead of being in this position, take a classic pistol. Take a classic pistol and be ready to fight the enemies here. Yes, even with a classic pistol. It is still a gun. It can still kill the enemies with 2 bullets to the head. Depending on the range, of course. You still fight with your teammates. Your teammates can maybe refrag you. The worst thing we can do right now is while our teammates are fighting for the spike, we're wasting our time holding this shit. At least apply some pressure. Jump spot the enemies around this corner and see what the fuck is happening at the backside. Maybe what you can do, like, you know, if you see that all enemies are in the middle of the bomb site, and here, maybe, you know, with this one smoke we can curve it, and now, like, run the enemies down. Create a pathing for yourself. Reshape the map. Those are the risks that you need to take if you're playing around with a Judge, Bucky, Shorty, Stinger, and those type of weapons. I'm never gonna eat again before the stream, man. Fakuro-sama! Fakuro? Holy shit, that was really bad. Okay, okay. At the end, really, there's nothing better you could have done. Because you just wasted a lot of time in the lamps, like, doing nothing. I mean, when you're doing something in Valorant, always put yourself in the position of the enemies as well. If I know that the judge is in the lamps, and I have no utility to clear that judge, probably, I'm not gonna go through lamps. I'm definitely not gonna go there. You know? Do something. Jump spot the enemies. Engage them with a classic pistol. Distract them a bit. Use a smoke to close the gap with them. Everything is better than just staying still in the lamps, gambling that the enemies are gonna push there while your teammates are fighting for the spike at the front side, and you're just waiting for them to die. Yep. Okay. Enemies still don't have... The problem with the enemy economy right now is we should be expecting the operator. And we need to be mega careful, like, how we're engaging enemies in B long. Like, generally, you know, your team composition is pretty fucked up as well. for bind. Like, this is literally a silver lobby team comps. Like, on attack, the weakness is you don't have an initiator, so we need to be mega careful how we're taking initial space. We need to do a lot of jump spotting. We need to waste at least one of our smokes or one of our abilities to take this initial space everywhere. And we need to figure out different ways to reach the choke points without losing any teammates in the process. Plus, we need to be ready for the lurks and flanks, but only if the enemies decide to do that, and once we finish all of the fights up front. Here, going B is fine. We can go B. We know that 3 enemies are playing, like,
Can you drop Jett?
on A site. Homo? Yeah. Okay. Jump spot. Listen, like, like, the main point of jump spotting, especially when we're playing without initiator, is for you to get the information about the enemies. Like, what type of info you just gather here? Like, by doing this? Nothing. That chamber could have had triggered, like, even worse. Even worse. Now you give the information to chamber that we're gonna swing. If the chamber was holding this angle with operator. At that point, you might as well just do this. Because there's absolutely no fucking difference. Without jump spotting the enemies. Without the initiators, like, this is the only tool that you have to get information. Or using your teammates as a recon drone and then peeking together with them from behind. But, you know, this doesn't do anything. Oh! That cannot happen to you, but I think this smoke is still fine. If I'm not mistaken, if you're taking the space in the B long, like, you can do it there, right? It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, it's gonna do the job. Oh, hello. Holy shit, we got lucky. Smoke? Fuck. Listen. Like, if you already saw the sky flash coming in your face, instead of dashing away, you should have used the smoke immediately to cover yourself up. Like, using the smoke when you get stunned, when you get flashed, when you get distorted in any way, shape, or form should be your autopilot decision making with Jett. And not only for yourself, but also for your teammates as well. Like, here the smoke should have went first and then maybe a dash away. Okay, this is the sequence that you will play a lot of the times on the attacker side of Bind. Like, you take the bomb site control right here. You know that none of the enemies are there, none of the enemies are in the window, none of the enemies are in the garden. Your next job is to take the elbow. And especially if you have the elbow already, like one of your teammates is in the elbow at that moment of time, you almost always want to fight with that guy. And try to support him. Especially in a 4-4, when there's 4 of you guys alive. We just want to play a 2-2 setup. In 99% of case scenarios. What rank is this Jett VOD review? Immortal 3. Hurry up! Apparently. So right now, instead of fucking around on this off angle, you should have played with your Neon, killing this clove together, making sure that your Neon lives a happy life, and then we play a 2-2 crossfire setup from elbow and from the site. And please, like, when you're playing these off angles, don't fidget around. Stop fidgeting. Like, all of these micro movements can just fuck you up, and they're insignificant. Like, you're playing on a spot like this. Like an elevated position with a drop down. Play on the lower edge of that spot, where you don't need to commit to the fight. You can go for one bullet, for a burst fire, and then reposition with a knife out if the fight is not working in your favor. And every single micro movement that you do like this means abso-fucking-lutely nothing. In terms of angle perception, advantage, disadvantage, peeker's advantage, peeker's disadvantage. Now, these micro movements can sometimes help players with better focus to be ready for a fight. But there is different ways how you can do that. Instead of spamming your movement keys, you can spam something else. Like you can spam like your reload button, your like some random keybind that doesn't do anything. If you already have ADHD and it's hard for you to focus, like do something else. Like, I don't know, blink, bro. Like don't blink. Like move in the chair. Like, do something else. Because not only that this means absolutely nothing, but it can also fuck up your timing of the first shot. and for you to be ready for a fight. Like if I'm holding this angle, like I lean forward into my prime gorilla gamer posture, and now if I'm losing focus, I'm spamming my reload button, or I'm spamming some button that I'm not using, like for example V, for an example, space, I don't know, I use it for voice comms, and that's it. I'm losing the focus. I'm gonna go in and out, like do something like, you know, I don't know, close one eye, close other eye, like, but you should just be focused on the first pixel that appears there on your right hand to click that left mouse button, and that's it. Entertain yourself in a different way by not fucking up your first shot accuracy, potentially. Does APM matter? In League of Legends? Kinda, to be honest. It does.
Good stuff.
The micro movement doesn't help anything. But like, if your micro movement looks like this, like people mainly do this just because they cannot keep focus themselves in the game. But there's other ways to do that. This type of movement helps. You know, doing wider swings can help. Not on this angle, because this is a long-range corridor and it also means absolutely nothing. But, you know, when you're, let's say you're in a fight like this and waiting for an enemy here. This silent step movement can mean a lot. To fuck up the enemy's crosshair placement, to fuck up the enemy's peeker's advantage, and to be ready for a fight. To take a better fight. But here, it means literally nothing. You should just be focused on killing that guy with one bullet to the head. As I said, I don't want you to be IGL, but sometimes you will have to. Tell your Neon to slow down. We cannot follow this guy. Brother, I'm not Usain Bolt. As a matter of fact, I am Usain Potato Couch. Like, I don't move this fast ever. I don't move at all. I'm actually coaching 24/7. So, this was better. I thought she's just gonna run it down, to be honest, but you never know. But it's still better to give your Neon a suggestion. Neon, can we just slow down a bit, like jump spot the angle instead of just peeking out, and can we fight together? Because I had no idea what this Neon is gonna do. Neither did you. This smoke here is absolutely... you snail bolt. Absolutely. You're right with that one. So, this smoke is quite dangerous. It does absolutely nothing, and you need to be precise with this one-way smoke. I mean, it's such an easy smoke to do. Immortal 3 players should not be missing this smoke. Like, just aim up here. Bam. That's it. Like, that is the spot where you kind of aim from this position. Like, on this, like, I don't know, this generator. That's a power generator for me. I don't know what it is, to be honest, but yeah. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Angle clearing for our team is optional. Angle clearing and being ready for a fight for our team is just an optional choice. In this type of an example, like this execute that you did here was extremely scuffed, and your execute on a B side should not look like this. But it is okay that you rushed it out a bit. Your Neon is already out. We have the smokes down. We know that chamber is close left. We know that Jett is far right into the site. So yeah, this was a good entry, well-timed entry. You know, not the best execute, but very good. Now, when you're doing this 5-man execute through long, you should always, but always expect that at least one enemy can be in the window and be right here. Generally speaking, when you do this 5-man push to be long, you clear the site first, you clear this area of the map, you immediately put your focus onto the window. If no one is there, you take the elbow, and that's it.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yo, Calypso, thank you for the prime. Yeah, that's how I thank people. I remember the times where you still had your mask on. You're really G, bro. I'm happy you still stream, even though it's not like for big numbers of people live. Much love. Nah, brother, right now we have like 0 people on stream because I'm doing coaching. I stopped playing Valorant for a few weeks. But soon we're gonna start A to Z Unranked Radiant Challenge. That's gonna be a mental pain. And whenever I have a mental pain in ranked, people adore watching other people suffer. Shake your tongue and make a blelelele sound till you see your enemy. That's interesting. Okay. I would rate this round like 8 out of 10. It's okay, to be honest. Like, it was quite safe to pre-assume that that no one is behind us, that no one is B long, that no one is elbow, and no one is window. Why? Because for 4 goddamn round, enemies are playing 3 people A and 2 people B. If we saw Sky, Chamber, and Jett on B, well, that means that, you know, Cloven.
Surprise, motherfucker.
You can also go with the left hand. Actually, when you think about it, huh? Like, but that would be weird on stream, bro. Chat through bet stream. Angle holding guide.
Carry chamber of like top truck. Or could be short too.
What you should be careful of right now is not the chamber on top of the truck, but chamber peeking this goddamn angle right here. That type of play, chamber players like a lot in high elo lobbies, so we need to be ready for this shit. Like right now, I will just instantly scale up here, jump spot this angle, just a small jump spot to see if the guy is there. Buy their jump spot to see enemies there, and then scale up into this corner, and then go for an exit. This fight that you pick there, like basically, I will not stay here. Because here you're in a huge angle perception disadvantage, and if the chamber peeks you with the operator and teleport, you are dead.
My bad. Use the stun.
2 CT.
Once again, nothing better that you could have done. Like, I mean, if your team wants to do this 3-2 split, you should be going through the A short area of the map, and we never really tested the enemies on showers anyways, so it is what it is. Just what you should have done right now is what your Vele is doing. I mean, if you're already 3v5, how do you plan to win this post plant? Like, what is your plan right now? You're gonna play from the lamps and pray for the best? Pray that enemies are gonna miss their shots? Here we should have followed up our Vele in the smoke and tried to fight 2v2 or 2v1 in the showers. Like, that is our best gamble and best bet to potentially win this round. Like, we need to somehow minimize this numbers disadvantage before you end up in a post plant. Otherwise, you might as well sell this round. Like, in this moment of time, you should be with your Vele, not here. And killing this Reyna, taking the full showers control, and now with the Clove ultimate and 3v4, we can do something about it. These sequences in the game, like, should be autopilot for you. You end up 3v5 in a post plant, or you're gonna end up in a 3v5 post plant. Like, passive gameplay doesn't exist anymore. We need to figure out where we can take a solo fight with an enemy, or some kind of an advantageous fight, before the rest of the enemy team rotates. Otherwise, you might as well sell this round. Is peeking CT quickly a good idea? Right after getting lamps there? That was also an option. But considering that we know that one enemy is in the showers, we need to kill that guy. Because, you know, he cannot kill 3-4 enemies going through the CT alone. Especially not the Sky with the flashes and dogs and shit like that. And if Waylay dies here, and Reyna is still there, I mean, we have this threat that enemies can make a sandwich out of us. Through showers, A-short, and CT.
Flank, flank, flank.
Use the stun.
Was there only Reyna in the showers? Okay, this is the first time that enemies flanked. Like, these are the rounds where you play super aggressively. Like, basically, you know that site is clear. Let your claw plant the spike in the smoke, but you need to fight. And try to surprise enemies somehow. And isolate these 50-50 fights. But once again, like, the best idea was to take the showers and kill that Reyna. Because if the Reyna stays there and the enemies pinch us from 4 different angles, it's never gonna be fun for you. Like, what type of smoke setup are we gonna have now? Listen, this position doesn't exist for you if you don't have the lamps control. Especially if your whole team is focused onto the showers and onto the site, and we don't have the lamps control. You have literally only job from this position, and that is holding the peak from the lamps. Personally, I would not enter the lamps alone right now, because Charlatan with their judge might be waiting for you. But I would just hold it. Pay attention on the minimap, like, to see what my teammates are doing up front, and do they need my help. But someone has to hold the showers, and that someone right now needs to be you. And this position here, you can only take once you have the full lamps control. Funny enough, you didn't die from that at all. And once again, like, you just need to learn, like, how to play these elevated spots a bit better. Like, even if I do the updraft from the lamps on this position, I'm instantly gonna play it like this. If Reyna swings me, and I'm not ready for a fight, or I go for one tap or burst fire, bam. Like, it needs to be your autopilot reaction when it comes to your positioning on these elevated positions, that you're always moving around the edges when you're taking the fight with the enemies. Like, the center doesn't exist for you. The center is lava, essentially. I'm picking enemies at the backside, I'm going all the way fire right to this position. I take a fight, if the fight is not working in my favor, reset, we'll take another fight. You cannot commit so much.
One more. Then, one more. Control. They're gonna insta-rotate.
I don't understand. He would have died anyway if he tried dropping. How do you know that? He got one tap very fast. You don't know. If he pulled the knife out and tried to drop down, you don't know where the enemy's Reyna crosser is going to be at that moment of time. And how this godforsaken game is going to register the shots. Now, I don't understand this type of a fake. Like, okay, let me give you one tip in ranked solo queue. So, you want to fake something. You should never be the one that is faking the site. I don't care which agent you play. But in ranked solo queue, you cannot be the guy that is faking. Because what these teammates are doing is far more important than what these teammates are doing here. Okay, Clove did the smokes. Vela is going in. Neon is going in. It's more than enough to do a successful fake. At this moment of time, at 1:35, we should already be very, very close to the B main area of the map. And ready to scale up on the first contact between our team and enemy team on the A short. Or if we hear the enemy chamber or someone rotating from garden towards the site. Like, if you're doing fakes in this specific way, and especially if you are the guy that is faking, God help you in ranked solo queue. Like, this fake from your team, well, fine. You know, you don't... Like, the only job of Vela and Neon right now is just to send it. And I don't really care if they die or not. Their job is just to send it. And to fake a push. But already at 1:30, we should have started taking the B long area of the map and moving towards the B site.
3 here, Clove, Reyna, chamber.
Like, right now, it's like we didn't do anything, basically. You know, it's like we tried the A push, and we're rotating towards the B. We did nothing. Plus, we don't have the smokes for the B set execute. Now, we should have been here with the deadlock, dealing with this Sky, killing the Sky, and running down B. Because I guarantee to you that if we kill this Sky right now, there's maximum one more enemy on the B side. Probably at the back side right now. And we can do something with this type of a fake, even though it didn't work perfectly. And even though we lost one teammate in the A short. And that's exactly what happened. You know, like, when the enemy saw our execute on A with the smokes, they started rotating immediately. They left one teammate on B, right here, the Sky with the utility. And if you did a perfect fake where we started the round with 3 players towards the B long, 2 players A short, with smokes on A, we kill the Sky. Jett can maximum be somewhere here. We kill the Jett 3v1, 4v1. And we create out of a, you know, like 3v5 or 3v out of a 4v5, we can create a 4v3 for an example, or a 3v3. Like the fake was horrible when it comes to our starting positions and how we did it. Remember that if everything is failing for you on the attacker side of bind, 5-man push B long. 5-man push B long. Listen, whenever you're peeking the enemies from the B long, Real Enter, thank you for the tier 1 sub, man. Muchas gracias, bro. Whenever you're peeking the enemies in a clean fight in the B long area of the map, always peek them like this. Get on top of the bench, and then from top of the bench, do this. You wanna just take a fight. Here. Clear these angles. Get close to the bench, in this corner right here. jump, crouch, swing out. Pre-aim that position.
I'll wait on flash.
시야 차단.
You see? Good one-way smoke. He listens. He adapts. No, the smoke was good. There's nothing better we could have done. Considering our team composition. Maybe Neon can use a stun for that garden. I mean, that's... Or Deadlock can use a Gravnet. But... generally speaking, our team comp... you know, is not the best for taking this longer range space. And once again, like... I don't know why like... you just run through this garden area of the map without jiggle peeking enemies or jump spotting them. Even if you have teammates in front of yourself, like, I mean... you should be jump spotting this angle instead of just peeking it. And you need to micro-correct. Like, what is this Deadlock doing, man? Like, the whole match. Like, the guy was never with us. You cannot hold the flank and lurk from the enemies. Based on no information at all. Like what? In 8 rounds, enemies push behind us in 1 round. But what type of information is that, bro? And Deadlock was playing slow for 6 rounds. For 6 rounds, she's covering our back. Tell the Deadlock you don't need to watch the flank and lurk. Let's do the execute on B. And occasionally check your anal cavity so that you don't get penetrated.
One more side, one more side.
Like that is the level of focus that you need to put when you're playing in these lobbies. Like, you need to behave towards your teammates like you are a babysitter. A lot of the players in Immortal are autopiloting. A lot of the players don't want to be here. A lot of players suffer with a lot of mental problems. A lot of players still have, like, enormous amount of macro and micro mistakes. And whether you like it or not, you're just a babysitter in this video game. As much as you focus yourself on countering the enemies and you doing a good job, that same level of focus you need to put on what the fuck are my teammates doing.
Guys, let's... like, or can you use your C here? Really?
Good, good.
Yeah.
We can do that as well.
저리 비켜.
Almost perfect. Almost perfect, I would say. Like, the only problem here is, like, this scaling up, it just needs to be faster and instant. Like, basically, you want to do this. Like, smoke dash into this corner, do this, and then as soon as you exit the smoke, you know, already in the smoke, you can check this angle, get into this corner, crouch down as you're getting into this corner, and then put your focus onto the window. Like, you cannot get into this corner by standing up, because otherwise, you know, if you don't have the window control, you're just gonna get ripped apart and just killed, and that's it. So, we do a smoke here, do this, scale up, crouch, bam. Hello, coach. I'm a raised main and Platinum 1. Good job, man. Actually, the problem here was not even crouch. I just think that he didn't tuck himself into the corner completely. But even then, like, you need to crouch if there's a chance that enemies can be window.
Hold up. TP. Oh,
He's learning, adapting. On the go, bro. I love this. Good execute. Just if you don't have window control, like, you need to... Or a smoke for the window. When you scale up into this corner, crouch down, put your crosshair towards the window, your next step is to clear the window before we scale up into the site.
If we see one,
The guy just broke his wrist, bro. We definitely hit something there. That's the problem when you're playing with Neon. Like, listen, you know. So, during this Jett execute onto the A side, onto the A short, your job is to clear the lamps and clear the right side, essentially. Whenever you have a Neon wall blocking the vision of certain area of the map, wait for the wall to go down and be ready to fight there. But also, I don't understand, why do we even have this fucking Neon wall if we are doing a 5-man push through A short? And why the fuck we have, like, once again, what is this smoke setup? Like, this is so bad, bro. For the 5-man push through A short. Neon wall, completely unnecessary as well. There's no reason to do it. Like, we should have a smoke, as I already said, like, here and here. And that's it. Like, same as in that round, like, where you pushed with the judge. Like, if I have a Neon wall like this, I need to take a brief moment of time to check this position, if the enemy can be there, and then I can send it. Here, we already cleared the lamps, and my teammates are focused on this. I didn't see if an enemy is here. My next step is to protect my teammates' anal cavity, while they are focusing up front.
Copy.
내가 사줄게. 줄 세워도 지름길이다. 전기 진격.
Let's be honest, we didn't really have to get Vele Alta there.
볼수 없을까?
city there.
Rotated already.
눈을 가려주지.
Oh, my bad. Oh, my bad, my bad.
But please, just like, listen. I don't know. What is your fetish with this position up there? Like, that position is a postman position, and you only play it in a fucking postplant. Like, take the site first. Like, take the bomb site first. Take the lamps first. You already have a smoke for this and for this. Good. Very good. Take the site, take the lamps, and now, you know, we can maybe play here, maybe updraft there, like, when our teammates are ready to fight with us.
Oh, my bad. Oh, my bad, my bad. Oh, my bad. Oh, my
But the club in this game was horrendous, man. Like, literally, I don't know what to tell you. Like, this game, like, like, every time where you died, or like where basically you lost a round, it's almost, there's nothing better you could have done, to be fair. Like, we can be a bit more aware when it comes to our positioning, like where you're stepping, how you're holding some of these angles, like aware of all of the spots from which enemies can kill us. But literally, with this team composition and with the smokes that the club was giving you, it's a miracle we ended up this half 6-6, to be honest. An absolute miracle.
bad, my bad.
How is that Immortal 3 smoke setup, bro? Like,
아군이 한 명.
City there.
Rotated already.
눈을 가려주지.
But as already mentioned, like this, like take the lamps, jump spot the backside, and then end up on this position. Simple as that. Like you have a step-by-step guide how you should be taking the ASA control on bind. I don't know. Like the VOD was mega weird. I expected something better, to be honest. Like when it comes to this VOD, like the team comps are pretty unorthodox. Like I really, I don't know. At least in Europe, like I have a bit different team comps than this one in Immortal 3 and Radiant. Also, you know, during the executes, like you cannot. I mean, you can give your teammates suggestions of what they should be doing if they're already fucking you up with their utility. Like for example, there was no reason for a neon wall.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yo, skills, thank you a lot. Prime Gaming sub, man. Prime Gaming sub, bro. Prime Gaming sub. Like during like 80% of these executes, there was no reason to do any neon wall. Then Neon and Vele using same utility on the same position. Then we are not using any utility for the garden peak by the Sky Flash. Then Deadlock watching the flank and lurk while she should be playing with us. In 12 rounds, enemies flanked us once. Then like Clove doesn't know how to smoke in Immortal 3. Every smoke setup was shit. Okay, not every, but 8 out of 12. Smoke setups were bad. Like, if you're already playing with these type of teammates, like, you need to observe these micro mistakes and try to correct them. Or be aware of them, if they're already happening. So that you know what you can and cannot do, and what you should correct. Like already from that first round, where the Neon just ran it down, we could have seen with what type of animals we're dealing with. And these animals are crazy, bro. You need to tell them to slow down, which utility they should use, and in these type of games, you actually need to be IGL. Like, this is not a game where you could have, like, done better, you know, except on the A set. Like, I don't know why you have a fetish with that upper position, because you should almost never do an updraft dash on that position. It is just stupid. Literally no reason to do that shit. You're just way too overexposed. Enemies hear you when you go up there with the updraft ability, and you're just a bird waiting to be shot by Elmer, man. Like, I don't know, like, just... It's stupid. Your focus should be front sight, lamps, and then jump spotting backside, applying pressure at the backside, and then fighting either front side or backside with your teammates. And then maybe updrafting up there in the post plant. First round, literally nothing better he could have done, to be honest. Like, the teammates just run it down. We could have just taken more time to kill this guy, but even with this kill, we would have lost this round. Second round, we should have started from the right side. And maybe if you started from the right side, we will not get shot by this Sky for 50 HP, but I don't know. Maybe we would. Usually when you're scaling up with a Shorty or Judge or Bucky through this area of the map, you want to use smoke up here, you know, like this, so the enemies cannot see you and we can just safely get into this position for our prime execute. But then once again, we have this smoke setup, where the enemies can kill us from top of the truck and from the tower as well. Then the third round was good. Like, I mean, just we should have cleared the left side here, so that like an enemy cannot butt fuck us from that position. But the smoke setup for the anti-bonus round is criminal. You need to tell your controllers... First of all, you need to learn what is a optimal, good and bad smoke for every execute and every situation. And to tell your teammates what to do. We're pushing A set in an anti-bonus round on the attacker side. Our deadlock is lurking alone. Deadlock? 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 Play with us. We have gun advantage. We fight together, we win together. We die together at the end of the day. But we have higher chances winning together. Here, if you already have a judge, run it down in the lamps and clear it before the sky even has a chance to dog. This is the only round where you made a bit of a...
120.
One of the rare rounds where you made a scaling up mistake. And when it comes to pacing, like instead of wasting time here with a judge, because enemies already know that you have a judge, as soon as you clear the lamps completely, you should have taken a classic pistol and focus on your teammates that are picking up the spike. Fuck it. Take that fight with a classic pistol. You can still win. You can still kill the enemies with a classic pistol. Or use the smoke. You know, jump spot the enemies at the backside. Use the smokes to close the gap with the enemies. And to apply some pressure and to help your teammates that are fighting enemies at the front side. Then this round, like... Smoke immediately when you get flashed. Don't waste time here. Take the elbow if your teammates already have a sight. Play a 2-2 setup whenever you have a chance to do it. Then this round, like, time and push B long, fucked up smoke. Good execute because, like, we have a neon wall, we have the smokes down, we need to go in. Good kill on the chamber, good kill on the Jett. We should focus on the window if we don't have the window control. We clear the window now. Now we go into the elbow and take the elbow control and just play a crossfire with our teammates. This round, nothing better we could have done. Like, I mean, I don't know why are we even doing a split on A side. If our 5-man executes are kind of working. I mean, we're 3-2. That is a sign that 5-man executes are kind of working. Like, you literally just lost the first 2 rounds. You lost a pistol round and an eco round. Ooh. Like, what? It's time to split the map against the chamber with the operator. Why? It's not like the enemies have a good team composition either. And then in a 3v5 setup, you decide to play passively. Instead of taking some space, trying to surprise the enemies, or at the end of the day, killing that Reyna in the showers that just killed 2 of your teammates. And making out of this round a 3v4 instead of a 3v5. Then this round, execute was fine. Just remember that if you don't need to use your dash ability to execute something, instead of it using to fight the enemies. I mean, like, if you already have a neon wall here, enemies don't have a molotov, stun, they don't have a smoke for A short as well. Why would you dash? Like, this is probably the shortest dash in the history of dash abilities and executes. Okay, we covered that angle with the smoke. Let's get into that smoke with the dash ability, and let's use the dash ability to immediately take the lamp's control. Then, like, we don't have a lamps. You can get killed from behind. You updraft up here. Plus, we have a smoke here where we isolate a 1v1 fight. And on this position, you always want to play in some kind of an off-angle way or at the edge of the position.
Watch your flank.
On no sky.
Towards the drop. Fake was horrible, horrendous. Like, this is not how you fake in ranked solo queue, and I explained everything. 2 players should fake. And controller, you and 1 more teammate should go with a spike. And while your teammates are faking, we should be slowly taking the space on the opposite part of the map. Based on your teammates' contact with the enemies here, and based on the sound that you hear here. And based on timings. 2 of your teammates are going for a fake, and we're still here. What the fuck? That's not a fake. That's a failed 3-man execute on A, and now enemies expect us on B side. Like, the problem with this VOD is like, there's so many mistakes on a macro level and micro level of your team is that what you do and what you did, it didn't matter at all. Like, to be honest, like, it didn't matter at all. Here, like, our 5-man executes are working, we're taking the sites, we're planting the spike. Deadlock is holding the A short push. Deadlock! Play with a fucking neon in the window. Here, jump spot the enemies a bit more instead of just peeking them, like. Especially if you're gonna be the first contact.
One more side.
This was a good execute, just when you scale up into that corner and you don't have a window control. You need to crouch, you know, clear this angle by going for a crouch peek. And then place your crosshair towards the window and be ready for a fight in window, and that's it.
Like six deep.
Here, once again, like, I mean, if you already have 3 teammates that are like, when you're scaling up with your teammates, like, if 2 or more of your teammates are focused only on one objective, you should still play with them and try to pick every fight that they're gonna pick, but your crosshair should be placed on the angles that your teammates are not clearing. And once again, we need to say that to this Deadlock, like, Deadlock, brother, you need to play with us, man. What, like, my Deadlock is fighting the ghosts this whole match. Like, the guy is a fucking ghostbuster, man. Like, he's... I don't know what he's doing.
Copy.
And then this round, we definitely didn't have to be hit by this Vele ultimate. I mean, you could have dodged it quite easy, like, literally, like, you know. Wait a bit, chill, relax. Vele goes in. What is this fetish? Also, remember, you don't have to use your dash ability. If you can just scale up to the choke point with the smokes and you already have teammates in front of yourself, you can just use your dash ability to fight enemies together with your teammates. Like, there's absolutely no difference in this example if you go up there or not. 3 of your teammates are out. Showers is smoked. Backside is smoked. Our crosshair should be placed towards the tower. We clear the tower. And with the dash ability, we can go into the lamps and clear the lamps. Like, that's a problem with this VOD. Essentially. On the attacker side. There's nothing else better that you could have done. Just like... Okay. Is this Apex server? I think this is Korea. South Korea, yeah. Not knowing how to smoke in Immortal 3 is crazy. I already get annoyed in Ascend having to micromanage. No, bro, like the clove smokes in this game were horrendous. Like, literally, 8 out of 12 rounds, we had a bad smoke setup. Crazy. What's your opinion on the new Steam hardware and how Riot is gonna react? I think Riot is not gonna react at all because they don't give a shit. I don't know. I think that VR is okay. It seems good. But when it comes to that Steam PC or Steam console or however they call it, it doesn't look that good. Like, the specs... I would rather buy a PC at that point and make it myself for $700 in euros. I mean, for 700 euros, you can make a PC that is really fucking good. You know? They can play a lot of the games on 60 FPS, 144, 200, like... I don't know if I would buy this shit. And what else did they make? They made that, like, VR? That Steam console or PC or however they call it, and what was the third thing? They have a Steam Deck, and what's the fourth thing? Oh, the controller. But, I mean, it's I don't know. Like, I have no. I don't know. Maybe it's a good controller, maybe not. Like, I just don't know. Like, but that Steam console shit, like, I would never buy that in my life for $700 or euros. Bro, I think for 700 euros you can get some very good Ryzen CPU with a decent motherboard, 16 gigs of RAM, some random case for $50, some decent cooling for like $150, $50, and you can maybe get some RTX 30 series card, like second hand, or maybe 3080 or lower. I don't know, like I don't know how GPU is going right now, but probably you can get at least 30 series RTX. Okay. Now, my friend, same as on attacker side, on defender side, you ask yourself the same mother effing questions. Which map are you playing? It is bind. Default side number 1 priority, B site. Number 2 priority, A site. In the first round, you play B, and in all of the other rounds, we position based on whatever the fuck we saw from the enemies, and based on our economy. Now, numero uno mistake on bind. You play way too passively. You play beyond these lines. Just a second. Bop, 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 bop. You're trolling the match. Quite literally. The easiest kills that you can get are the kills in the choke points. Now, and we need to get the information for our team. Early information. Now, that's kind of it. Bind is a slow rotation map, you know? But, so what does that mean? That means that from the round number 5, how you rotate depends what you saw in the first 4 rounds of a match. But in the first 4 rounds, you should do fast rotations. Basically rotating on the first contact between your team and the enemy team. You go for the flanks and lurks only in eco rounds, halberd rounds, or when you see an opportunity to do that. And you use the teleporters only when you want to fight with your teammates and when you know that this and this TP are safe. That you can just rotate fast to support your teammates. And that the enemies cannot keep you stuck inside of the teleporters where you need to commit yourself into some stupid 1v1, 1v2, 1v3 fight. The first round with the Jett, but you can play in a lot of different ways on bind. If you are Espus, you can take a Sheriff, for an example. And even with the Sheriff, we start on the B side, and you prioritize defending the window area of the map over the long. Why the window? Because as long as we keep the control of B short and window, our teammates can rotate fast through the teleporter on A, support us, and we can fight together. You know. Now, what you can do in the first round, you can just get a Sheriff or Smoke and a Ghost, and you can start your round by holding this tight angle here, going for a one tap, dash ability, second one tap, repositioning towards the site. Maybe you can get some off angles such as this one, bam, reposition again, bam, and fight with your teammates. They're probably gonna rotate already. If you feel stuck, get into the CT and just, reset the round. Wait for the cavalry to arrive. Don't die alone for nothing. If enemies are going A, fast rotation on A, don't even think about it. Now, the hell? Now, second option that you have, you can play some classic shorty or a ghost shorty strategy. Basically, if you don't have a teammate to bait for you, we can drop a shorty here, start with a ghost, go for a one tap, bob up. Destroy the enemy's recon abilities, such as Sky Dog, bob up. Enemies are pushing you in, bob up. You can get away with a lot of damage and a potential kill as well. What you want to do depends on you and your playstyle and how confident do you feel in your one taps.
I can play around short.
Just a second, guys. I need to do something really quick. Enjoy the music. Yo, bro. Where are you gonna be when boiling diarrhea hits, bro? That was the fastest shit of my life. Sorry, Kraken. But I had to release my own Kraken. Okay, let's see what he does in the first round. Oof.
Might be showers.
All three, all three.
All there.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Nice.
스파이크가
To be honest, you know, good first round. There's nothing better we could have done. Good early positioning. I've seen that you wanted to do some kind of a classic shorty setup in a window. This is a bit of a problem. Like the shorty cannot be placed there. Like we need to hide this shorty instead of this corner. So that basically like, you know, enemies don't see it. Bro, is your playlist AI generated? No, it's what I listen to. Mostly. Now, in a second round of bind, you simply position based on what happened in the first round. In the first round, if enemies went A and their push failed, your team has stopped them. Second round, we play on the B set again. And once again, we can play in the window. Now, in this round, you know, with Jett, once again, you have multiple different options. You can only get, if you save the ghost from the first round, you can go for the Stinger with a heavy shield and 0 utility. And we can save up the money for the fourth round to get the Operator. We can also go for the Marshal. Ghost, 1 smoke, and heavy shield. We can go for the Outlaw. Light shield, regen shield, and utility. We can go for a Judge. Heavy shield with ghost and utility. Bait the enemies with a ghost. And then mow them down with a Judge. Whatever you decide to do, it's absolutely fine. As long as you don't commit yourself into some stupid 50-50 fights, or God forbid, like you're fighting, you know, 3, 4, 5 enemies at the same moment of time. We can go for the Stinger. But how should we play here? We should be holding this angle with a ghost. And once we bait the enemies, we pull out the Stinger.
Sure.
Why it changes from screaming to this Disney Ice Queen music?
I'm leaving you, Devil.
I rank up to silver now, thanks coach. No problem, man. No problem. No problem, bro.
Shower.
Shower. I hold it 30 seconds, man.
Once again, you know, one of these rounds where it's impossible for you to have any impact, essentially. Like everything that you did in this round was totally good, just the timing, you know. Your teammates fucked it up, essentially. Like 3 of our teammates are holding A short. There's literally nothing better you could have done. The only thing that you did really bad here is how you took this fight with the enemy Reyna. If you already have a Stinger, and you know that Reyna is behind these boxes here, why are you engaging that guy in a medium range fight? Like, you should be scaling up towards the boxes, popping the dash ability, and running and gunning that motherfucker from this position right here. With the Stinger, same as with the classic pistol, Judge, Bucky, Spectre, Shorty. You're always trying to figure out pathings and utility usage that allows you to fight the enemies in the shortest range possible. I don't understand why here you're scaling up. You know, why you're engaging this Reyna like this, instead of immediately moving behind the box and getting ready to swing her and get her out of the server.
I hold it 30 seconds.
And already this moment of time, you also should have had a dash ability ready. You know you will be fighting this Reyna. Now, reacting to this one tap, there is nothing you can do. But if you position in a different way, if you scaled up towards the Reyna, and we were the ones to engage the Reyna with our peekers advantage, right now we would probably be 3v3 instead of 2 versus 4. Probably. And anyways, like, you know, for example, on Bind, like this position right here is a big no-no when the enemies can kill you from both short and lamps and bench. Like, you're way too overexposed to this and this if you don't have any smokes to cover you up. Like, in Valorant, you always want to pick one fight at a time. You always want to find the angles and isolate them in a way where you can choose one fight at a time. Like, this is also a big concern to me because, you know, if you make this mistake even in just one round as an Immortal 3 player, it might be a bad habit that we follow in the future rounds as well. We'll see.
Backside.
Other than that, nothing better we could have done. Now, enemies went A 2 rounds in a row. In this third round, the best idea is once again to gamble on the B side. And once again, we can play classic shorty in the window because enemies didn't see us play that strategy once. We can also play classic and Bucky if you want to invest more money. Like, same principle. If you're fighting alone, we're baiting the enemies with a classic pistol, trying to hit one headshot, destroying the sky utility, enemies are pushing in, bam. 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 We're going out. Or, since it's an eco round, we can also try to surprise the enemies and maybe trade ourselves for like 1, 2, 3 kills and give our teammates higher chances of winning this round. I'm not sure that with your reaction time you can take a kill here 3 out of 10 times if you hold the angle like this. But maybe you can. I don't know. Like, I just didn't see you fight that much, like, so. Rotate fast. Nothing. You should already be rotating. You're going. Like, we wasted 5-6 seconds doing nothing. You should already be in the CT.
스파이크가 설치되었습니다.
In this round, your rotation was mega slow.
아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
I just like on attacker side, your dash usage was pretty good, to be honest. I don't know, like, you know, like already the second time, you know you will be fighting the enemies in the next 7 seconds. Like, in the next 7 seconds, we will definitely pick a fight. And we'll use the dash ability to fight the enemies. So I don't know why on defender side you're not a bit lighter on your dash ability to take these initial fights with the enemies.
아군이 한 명 남았.
Now, to be completely honest, if you notice in the first 3 rounds that your teammates are struggling while defending some bomb site, and enemies are primarily abusing that site. Like, they are not following the rule of fear, rule of 3 executes, AB rule. They're just straight up pushing one site and annihilating your teammates there. It is absolutely retarded losing that site 4 rounds in a row and leaving the control of that site in the hands of your teammates. Losing 3 rounds in a row, trying to follow some rules and trying to follow some good strategy, and it's okay, as long as we adapt ourselves a bit. But the 4th time, that's already too much. Anyways, we have a deadlock on the B side. She can probably slow down the enemies a bit. And, you know, considering what our teammates are doing on A side, we might really soon end up once again in a 2v5 retake. Especially when you see that your teammates want to take space somewhere on bind. And you think there is a huge chance for your teammates to fight the enemies there. Play with them. So what? We can push the showers together as 3. It's unpredictable. At least we take the showers control. Maybe one guy can go for a fast lurk, fast flank. The rest of the team can focus on A short. We can use that TP towards the B short and to support the deadlock really fast. But right now, playing on B side when we're struggling mainly on A, I don't know.
Can you insta smoke, please?
Too much of a gamble.
장벽 설치. 공격기 준비 완료.
Like, basically, the rule of 3 executes is only applicable, like, if enemies actually, you know, in that third round. If enemies 3 rounds in a row go somewhere, and they're finding a lot of success, they're punishing your teammates every round, and your teammates are playing bad. In the 4th round, you need to play on that side where your teammates are just getting annihilated.
2 bathroom. Out.
One, two.
스파이크가 A 지점에 떨어졌습니다. A의 적. 적군이 한 명.
You struggle a lot, like, in these longer fights, like, where both you and the enemies are moving. Like, with moving targets, you have some kind of a feud, you know, like, some kind of a... You're not in a good relationship.
A의 적. 적군이 한 명.
Mechanically, this was horrible, and to be honest, like, when it comes to some kind of a mechanical training, I would primarily focus on I'm just gonna give you a training after this VOD review. There's a lot of things we should focus on, essentially. You see, like when you need to hold an angle, and when the targets are not moving that much, and you don't need to make that many micro corrections with your movement and crosshair, you're okay, you're fine. Plus the reaction time is there. But when the fight is longer, and the targets are moving drastically as well, you just don't exist in that fight. Personally, I would once again play on A side. I mean, I have a deadlock on B. Enemies are not following any specific patterns in this match, so we cannot apply these patterns in this type of a game. Enemies are more lenient and more focused on A side. My Vele looks mega aggressive on the minimap. Like, super aggressive. And, like, I would play with Vele. Essentially. Like, that's how I would make my decision here. Where to play and who to play with. Enemies are still finding a lot of success on A. They feel that the A set is weaker for us. We have a deadlock on B with a Neon with Judge in the window. I would gamble that we should be defending A set right now and helping our Vele primarily. But let's see what's gonna happen.
The dog if I can.
탈출.
Once again, you know, when you're reading the enemies, yes, like we follow, like that's the problem. Like on these VOD reviews, I never explained like all of the rules that we use to read the enemies in ranked solo queue because a few rules are enough for you to predict the enemies like 80% of times correctly. But there's also a lot of other sub rules that you follow if your main rules are not working. Such as, you know, like positioning yourself based on economy, based on enemy's ultimate status, based on enemy's utility, based on the AB rule, rule of fear, rule of 3 executes, and based on our default positioning. But if this is not working, and enemies are not following these patterns, then during that match, like, fuck all of that, and put yourself into the enemy's shoes, and enemy's position. So, in the first round, enemies went A. We won that round, but it was, you know, it was because of this early aggression. Second round, enemies stomped us on A. Third round, enemies stomped us on A. Fourth round, enemies almost stomped us on A set again. Almost. Like, enemies, you know, smell that A set is weak for you. And anyways, you have a weak team composition to defend the A site, since Deadlock is playing on B. Like, they're consistently avoiding this guy. That's why, like, even in this round right here, even though we won the previous round on A, I will play A one more time to demolish the enemies there. And then if we demolish on enemies on A site 2 rounds in a row, then in the third round, we can gamble on B. Especially if our Neon and Deadlock are already playing with a judge and full setup on the B site.
Coming short. Inside.
What a bad ultimate. Whenever you have a long range weapon, and you're rotating from A site to B site, or from B site to A site, go on tower. Go on A tower. And from A tower, try to find some picks. Especially because you have a dash ability. You're playing Jett. You're gonna see the whole map. The whole site. You can maybe find some picks like, you know, here. Here. On some of these common angles. A lot of players like to play there. Like on this spot, I get a kill 10 out of 10 times. I mean, right now we have 2 teams that are on site already. Covering the lamps. They require some pressure from the tower. Bro, is our Deadlock boosted, bro? Like, did she buy the account? Like, what the fuck am I watching? Enemy Reina is Aspas? Our Deadlock is Braspas, bro. Like, I don't know anymore, literally. The guy is so stupid.
스파이크 설치.
This is what I'm talking about. Like, fight lasts longer. You need to strafe and take a fight. This happens to you, like, always. Like, basically, your left hand and your right hand are in such a desync that with one hand you're jerking off, while with other hand you're actually aiming pretty well. And we should be aiming with both of our hands. Like, your timing to stop and shoot and for accuracy is just... that just doesn't exist. I don't know if it is because you panic. Is this just your regular bad habit? But this needs to be fixed with some kind of a training that we're gonna figure out at the end. Like, this is such an easy kill for you. Okay, what do we do now? Very good idea to check the backside. But we should jump spot it. That is why we should jump spot it.
아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Okay. Okay. But anyways, like, this whole retake, you should have played from the tower to begin with. And from tower, try to find some picks. Maybe it would have been different, maybe not. I don't know, to be honest. But, it was pretty dangerous. Scaling up here with these smokes placed down. And without any pressure made from A tower. And we need to control this Deadlock a bit more, like, tell her what to do. The guy is lost on the map. Believe it or not, I would actually play on A set again. I mean, how many rounds are you willing to lose on A site? before we take a matter in our own hands. Professor Charlatan, can I go first? Sure. I'm willing to lose 3 rounds. Like, 3 rounds is okay. You know, you're basically losing 3 rounds in a row. Trying to do some kind of a good shit, as I already mentioned. Some good strategy, tactic, or positioning. Even if it doesn't work out, it's fine. But losing 5 rounds, 6 rounds, 4 rounds, 7 rounds, in the same way, over and over again, that should never happen to you. Okay. Enemies are not going B. Passive playstyle is not working for us. Let's take the A short control completely. We have a Neon Stun, Melee Saturate ability, Jett Dash ability, Deadlock Gravnet. Let's do something about it. Let's put the Deadlock on A side instead of Melee, for an example. Are we just gonna be playing B this match and that's it?
이동 봉쇄.
Like, at some point, you need to be accountable. At some point. Like, yes, all of these rounds we lost because our teammates are shit on A. In the first 3 rounds, it was okay. But from the 4th round, like, what are we doing? If enemies are just pushing A side, destroying us there, they smell the blood there, and smell that we're weak there, how many more rounds we need to lose before we start countering them?
스파이크가
When it comes to economy management and what you're buying, that's totally fine. Like, I have no objections there.
되었습니다.
Once again, you should go tower, go tower, go tower, go tower.
On the proc.
You have the ultimate. Like, the best usage of Jett ultimate is fighting the enemies in the extreme long-range corridors. Why? You don't even need to go for a headshot most of the time. You can just move around like a spastic spasm, go for 3 fast bullets in the body, and get the enemies out of the server. Especially if you're taking a 1v1 fight. Why would you even close the gap with the enemies here where you kinda need to go for a headshot? Right click doesn't exist. I'm sorry to break it to you, but the only time you should use a right click of Jett is... let's say you were 10 HP here. Very low HP. Like, enemies need only 1 bullet to hit... Like, enemy need to hit you only with 1 bullet to the body to kill you. Okay. Using a right click there, fine. If you're below 41 HP. You know that this chamber is like below 50 HP. Okay, we can go for a right click and gamble it. But even then, why would you do that? Like, it is just a complete roulette. Like, and when you already have the ultimate with, you know, 125, 150 health points, you know, you have a dash ability. We should be jumping onto this chamber, doing this. Get him out of the server. What's the problem?
아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Now listen, when you want to scale up towards the enemies with the shotguns, and you're using it, actually it doesn't matter if you want to scale up with the shotguns or not. Like, if enemies know your location, you just fought the enemies, and you do a smoke like this. You cannot immediately get in a smoke. You need to wait to see if enemies are going to randomly spam you. I basically do the smoke, wait a bit for smoke to, you know, pop up, and then run him down. You need to basically delay your movement into the smoke for like half a second. Just to see what this chamber is going to do. So, how many rounds was it? 6 rounds. Not bad. I genuinely thought that we're gonna like play the whole match on B set, but the problem here is like we cannot make this big, you know, this big of a gamble. We cannot just sell the B set completely. Like at least one guy should be defending B set right now. Especially, you know, if enemies see this much utility early on. But they're definitely gonna go B. Now we need to take a TP and... What the fuck Neon did, bro? We should have fought for the window immediately and... Teleport. They actually wanted to go A. But they you know, we just pushed them to a wrong area of the map. They were starting on the left side. This right here actually gives you a lot of information. Like this kill onto the Jett. Yes, of course, we see the spike. Like that's one information. But this kill tells you that there is at least one enemy right now in this area of the map. Minimum. Potentially two enemies as well. So if you don't flick right now towards the showers, we might be dead in the next 3 seconds.
That's like
스파이크가 공격팀 시작 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
Set in a corner, bro.
Actually, we're not gonna get killed in 3 seconds, but a bit later.
더 잘 숨었어야지. 아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Like, okay. I just don't I mean, this was a misclick, to be honest. Like, I don't know what to tell you about this. Like, don't dash into the enemies while the cabbage is flying in your face. Like, what? Like, it happens. Nothing better we could have done after that misclick. Please, for the love of God. You wanna... I just noticed this. You wanna play Jett. You wanna main Jett. Your dash ability cannot be on your keyboard. It just cannot. Like, that is why this misclick actually happened. Like, if you need to dash right, which we should have done in this example, this is gonna happen a lot of the times to you. Because you need to screw up this finger in such an unnatural way to hit the D key and E key at the same moment of time. Like, movement abilities, such as updraft and dash, should always be on the mouse. Always. So that you have freedom in your movement when it comes to the keyboard inputs.
they just run A and they go lamp after us 2 or 3.
I'll just hold on to the judge.
I always go lamp with Judge.
I will actually play A set again, you know?
Oh, okay.
Go
여길
right side,
감시할게.
go. I will wait.
여기 조심해.
놀고 싶다면 어디 놀아주지.
Dash ability.
Long a lot.
Dash ability. We know we're gonna fight the enemies in the next 7 seconds. In this round, I would maybe risk it a bit more. Since we only have a judge, without any other secondary weapon, the showers are also fully open. Neon is here, hiding in the smoke, and we can bait for her. Like, this is the moment of time where maybe with a shotgun, you can try to go for more kills. And maybe updraft dash into this chamber with the ultimate and try to get him out of the server there. The problem here, once again, is like, when you have no showers control. Right now, the only thing you can do is get close to the showers and hold the showers. And pray to God that Neon is gonna survive here. Or from the lamps, hold the showers with the classic pistol. I mean, you're not gonna commit to that fight, but we're just fighting for information.
Judge hookah.
재장전 중.
One is inside.
스파이크 설치. 아군이 한 명 남았습니다. 스파이크 설치. 아군이 한 명. 스파이크 설치. 아군이 한 명 남았.
I love how fast these rounds are. Like, we're only 24 minutes into the VOD review, and basically, like, they already played 20 rounds.
Wait, stop.
장벽 설치.
There is absolutely no reason for you to waste your dash ability while holding this angle. The whole point of this angle is to potentially get a kill by doing this, and then with the dash ability re-engaging the enemies and trying to get one more kill.
Wait, stop.
장벽 설치. 센서가 그물을 투척한다.
A lot long as well.
To be honest, here, I would actually go into the elbow. I mean, if none of your teammates are playing from the elbow, and your teammates already rotated from A to B, it's better if you have the elbow control and we can do some kind of a crossfire or a random peek through the smoke. Like, that is usually the moment of time. Like, these type of scenarios are the scenarios where playing from the elbow is actually good. Yes, you're gonna get smoked off, but if you already have 3 teammates that are gonna play on the site or from the back site, it's good. Like, we can peek on their contact and potentially create some kind of a crossfire or surprise the enemies.
재장전 중. 조심해. 네. 재장전. 조심해. 네.
Now, this angle here, I would never hold this in the way that you're doing it. Like this statically. It's just a way too much of a common position for which enemies should already have a good crosshair placement. They are the ones peeking you with a peeker's advantage, so it's a terrible angle to hold statically. And even if we disregard all of that, you cannot hold these angles statically where the enemies can easily spam you through the wall that you're holding at that moment of time. I mean, when you take this type of a fight, you better have a really good reaction time, and you better kill this guy with one bullet, otherwise there's no going back. You need to commit to this fight.
재장전.
Also, this angle is kind of fucked up to hold. Like, just angle perception advantage is not working in your favor at all. Yes, enemies are probably gonna, someone is gonna scale left and go towards this cubby position, but still, like, I think this is a fucked up angle to hold aesthetically.
들어버리.
Playing on ace at this round, okay? We can do it.
여기 조심해. 눈 깜짝할 사이. 그럼 이만. A 지점 적 발견. 여기 조심해. 느릿하고 좋네. A에
Listen, whenever enemies reveal you on this position with the recon abilities, even if you activate a dash ability, reset yourself, go down. Because anyways, we can use this dash ability to take a fight from some other position. Like here, okay,
여기 조심해.
the dog scouted you. Enemies can randomly spray you through the smoke, kill you through the smoke. One magic bullet can fly in your face and kill you. Drop down. You have these 2 smokes beneath yourself. You can just go for some aggressive peek through the smokes as the enemies are scaling up. Like, we still have like 3.5 seconds left on our dash ability. But committing to this angle and just staying on this position, even with the dash ability, is too risky. Enemies can peek us from short, from the showers. Our teammates are literally holding nothing. Not Gucci.
A에
decision here to play with the Vele was okay, to be honest. You know, one of the best decisions he had this whole match. Like, fighting that Jett alone in the lamps is a bit risky, because we don't really know which weapon the Jett has. She might have our judge, and she might shove it up our anal cavity in that lamps area of the map. And we definitely know that there's at least one more enemy around the showers area of the map, and that enemy was, I think, Sky, or whoever the Vele killed here. It was okay.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
He sat down.
연락 투하.
Okay, pretty good, pretty good. So in this round, yeah, playing on the B set is actually once again a good idea. But the only reason why I would play B in this round is not because of rule of fear or AB rule or something like that. It's because of the Sky's ultimate. Because the last time when the enemies had a Sky ultimate, they actually went B. They tried going B at least. It's okay. Good, decent gamble in this round. I just don't know what, like, how is this Immortal 3, bro? Like, I just don't know, man. Like, I don't know what Deadlock is doing this whole match. How can someone be this bad in Immortal 3?
연막 투하.
What the fuck is this?
재장전. 잘 숨었어야지.
Good rotation, by the way. I would have rotated as well. Slur box too, man. Here. Okay. Should you fight with this Vele? Absolutely. Like, especially in the numbers advantage. You need to figure out a way how and when to fight with this guy. Like, also, how aggressively your teammates are gonna play. And how to predict your teammates. You can do that based on their utility usage. Like, if the Vele does this, you know, hindering ability, most of the times Vele players are gonna go for some aggressive play. So already right now, we should activate the dash and be ready to swing out on the first contact between Vele and enemies. So, Vele does this. We have a dash ability. I'm hiding behind this corner, waiting for Vele to get the first contact, and I'm swinging out on her contact. You were not ready for that. And I don't know why.
나 없다고 울지 마. 적군이 한 명 남았습니다. 스파이크가 A점에 떨어졌습니다.
Outside. Nice.
Sure.
이동 봉쇄. 산 시작이다.
7 up.
Please, like, if you're rotating from location 1 to location 2, we're not playing in silver. Place your crosshair on the angles from which enemies can kill you at that moment of time. Like, yes, I know that enemies, in almost every single round, they were just playing together. There was nobody lurking, flanking, or something like that. It just never... I don't know if someone is in the window right now, ready to put one bullet into our head. And neither do you.
볼 수 없을까? 저쪽이야. 스파이크 설치.
During the retakes, like, if you have any other weapon except Operator, beside Operator, use that weapon for the retake. Like, right now you have the ultimate. Your main weapon for this retake should be your ultimate. Like, using the op here and holding this line of sight with the op is mega dangerous. If you miss a shot, potentially both you and the Clove are dead. And there's no going back. With the ultimate, you have 5 shots, 5 chances to take a kill. We can also fight multiple enemies at the same moment of time. Margin of error is much like Higher. Lower. Love tap.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Also, that's what.
I really don't know. I don't know what to say about this VOD review. Like, this is one of the weirdest VOD reviews I did in the last, like, 3 years, I would say, to be honest. Like, the gameplay from both teams is like I'm watching bronze players fighting on the map, like. Bronze players with very good mechanical skill. Like, that is how I feel about this specific match. Like, what the fuck is going on, bro? In this game. Is this how the Apex matches look like? In high elo? I mean high elo, like Immortal 3. Immortal 2. Because this is criminal, man. Criminal. Same as on the attacker side, like on defender side, like, for an example, let's break it down. Like, the first round was pretty good. Like, you had a good idea and you played it as best as you could have, to be honest. Classic short, go shorty setup could have been a bit better. Shorty could be deeper. Rotation was fast, good. Your team has dealt with the enemies and that's it. Second round gamble on the B set was good. Rotation was a bit slower. We could have rotated a bit faster on the first contact between enemies and our teammates. Here, I would say you kind of lost this second round. Because we could have easily killed that Reyna. If we pathed in a different way, and we actually properly closed the gap with that Reyna. You know, losing this second round was a huge turning point in this match. And we could have won it. Then, like, but that's the only time when you had, like, a bad pathing or bad positioning, like, overexposure. Gambling now in this third round on B, once again, a good idea. Like, rule of 3 executes. Once again, a bit later rotation. Like, you were late on a rotation for like 5-6 seconds. Guess Bind is a slow rotation map, but in the first 4 rounds, you rotate on the first contact between enemies and your team before you figure out, like, how are the enemies actually playing on the attacker's side. Are they playing together as 5? Are they splitting? And stuff like that. Here, you know you're gonna fight the enemies. Enemies are already on site. Activate the dash ability. Be lighter on it. Like, if you think you're scaling up to an area of the map where there's a 5% of chance for you to take a fight with the enemies, or you will take a fight in the next 7 seconds, activate it. Then in this round, we should have played on A. Like, if you notice that enemies feel the blood, see the blood on one bomb site, your teammates cannot defend it, and enemies abuse that site 3 rounds in a row, we need to gamble in this 4th round on that site. And once again, you know, stupid. Here we should have rotated on A tower, and from tower, try to get some picks with the dash ability instead of moving on into the lamps with the neon. And maybe if we went through tower, like, I don't know, maybe this would have been different. We could have killed this guy, end up in a 2v2, play with the deadlock and stuff like that. But anyways, we won this round, but whatever. Then, in this round, gamble on the B site was once again bad idea. For 4 rounds in a row, enemies pushed A. Your teammates are dying on A site like this. Play A site. You have a neon with the judging window. You have a deadlock on the B site. They can probably delay the enemies a bit. You know? Once again, go onto the tower. You have 2 teammates in lamps. There's no reason to play with them. You'll be much more useful if you're scouting the enemies from this position.
One HP below.
스파이크 설치. 명 남았.
Hey.
잡았다.
Same shit.
On the truck.
Especially with the ultimate, like, I mean... Why wouldn't you go for a retake from tower? Long range weapon, you can move around, be in the air, use the updraft. Like, you're a pretty hard target to kill. At the end of the day, you don't even need to go for a headshot. You can just go for 3 consecutive body shots. Gambling the right click of the Jett ultimate, never worth it. Almost never. But also in this round, like, you actually made a mistake that we didn't cover. Like, I mean, you kind of stayed in this area of the map for way too long, in my opinion. I mean, if your Neon is already pushing like this, and Vayler like this, and Deadlock is using a TP towards B, we need to send it. Especially if your team has given you the info that enemies are going B. The miracle in this round was that, you know, enemies didn't pick up the spike, and the Jett was late, and we took a spike here. But here we should have doubled up with the Deadlock, take the B shore control, window control, connect with Vayler and Neon, and fight together with them. Like, actually, if we did that, we would have won this round. If you already have the shotguns, like enemies are close, it's okay if you try to trade yourself for as many kills as possible. Wasted dash ability and generally wasted utility in this round overall. Holding this angle was horrible. You should have played in the elbow anyways. Like, if there was nobody elbow and 3 of your teammates are already on the bomb site, it's a very good position to play, like, from which you can surprise enemies on timing and maybe get some timing kills. This one was pretty good. One of the best rounds you played overall. In this round, like, I mean, if you see this with your eyes and you're close to that teammate, get ready to fight. Anyways, with the dash ability, no matter in which type of a shit fight you end up here, you can always reset yourself. Vayler cannot, if she commits. And this last round was okie dokie, except the fact that when you were going for this retake, you prioritized Operator instead of Ultimate to scale up. And other than that, like, once again, not that much that you could have changed or done differently in this game. Like, this is more one of these, like, 40% of games rather than 60% of matches that you will usually play in ranked solo queue. Now, when you end up in overtime, just try to repeat what worked in the regular part of the match. Don't try to figure out some new strategies, tactic, or some shit like that. If the 5-man push on B already worked, or a 5-man push through A short, do it again. Just this time, you know, tell the smoke where to tell the club where to smoke. Tell the Neon to not use the wall. Take the lamps, take the front sight. Reyna is probably gonna play showers again. Be ready for the Reyna from the showers. And that's it. We win this round.
One on me.
I like, and you like, I don't know if you actually try to communicate with this Deadlock. I don't know, like, if you tried correcting your Deadlock, because I was scrolling through the rounds and I didn't listen to the early comms. But like, you know, just let this guy do whatever the fuck he wants. If something is already working, like this Deadlock could have been the factor that we needed to win these 5-man executes on A. Or 5-man executes on B. Like, one extra teammate going through here that is holding some angle, fighting together with us, Like, the guy was useless the whole match on both attack and defense. Tell him what to do. At the end of the day, if he just plays with us and we use him as a reflect tool, he's gonna be useful in one way or another. The execute here, like, there's nothing better we could have done.
Spam Jett.
운반자가 처치됐습니다.
Oh, that's
스파이크가 A 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
Okay, so you heard one enemy at the back side, one enemy is on the right side. In these type of situations, you need to force a fight with someone. And I would personally force a fight with the Clove, because at least I know where is the Clove. I know that she's overexposed. We know that she's under the pressure. And if you pick a fight with the enemy at the backside, you allow the Clove to reset herself and maybe connect with her teammates.
One on me.
Or to maybe backstab you. Like in a 2v3, where you're stuck in a position where the enemies can kill you from two different angles. And you cannot fight on these two angles at the same moment of time. You need to play a bit more aggro. And swing in a 50-50. And not to mention, like, that now you're also gambling on your deadlock to stay alive and take some kills. Your deadlock that is 7-16.
아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
One.
Anyways, you know, like, if you already need to take a fight somewhere, like with an enemy, like, you're stuck in some position, such as lamps, and you need to decide whether or not you want to fight enemies here or here. You always take a fight that is a bit easier to win and a fight that is a bit cleaner. Or a fight in an area of the map where it is easier for you to fight, essentially. Like, from the lamps, it is much easier fighting the enemies in the front side rather than fighting enemies at the back side. Because here you're in a huge angle perception disadvantage. It's such a tight fight as well. Enemies' headshot can be on multiple different elevations and positions, while, you know, this Clove is just gonna play here, essentially, and stay stuck there. It's easier to find her, easier to swing, easier to have a better crosshair, and to be ready for that fight. Deadlock actually almost clutched. Well, Deadlock is actually speaking.
삐끼는데?
smoke.
애쉬.
I would also gamble, same as on, you know, like, attacker side in overtime. On defender side, like, you just do, you're trying to counter whatever the fuck enemies abuse the most in the regular part of the match. And here, playing on the A side, pretty good. Winnable. Okay, whenever you're defending a site with your teammates, and we're picking the fight on two different choke points, in this case, A short and showers. If you have a chance to double up with your teammates and defend only one area of the map, do it. It's always better for us to fight together rather than alone.
One more.
Very good, very good. He had that idea.
재장전 중.
Now what do? Fuck the map control, fuck everything. Double up in a 2-2 setup. Play safe, play refrag, that's it. Where are you going? We wasted a dash ability for nothing. Like, tell your Clove to go back on B side to help the deadlock. We can stay with the Neon here. You jump spot this angle. Neon holds the showers, and that's it. You see an enemy, dash ability. Get that guy out of the server. Enemies are going showers. Play with the Neon and just, that's it.
I see nothing here.
What the actual frick are we doing? You just stop the enemy's push on A. 60-70% of the times, when you delay or stop the enemy's push somewhere, they're just gonna rotate elsewhere. Deadlock is alone on B, in a 4v2. You should just be jump spotting this angle, there's no reason to jiggle peek it, like.
This is the smoke by the way. Yep.
Both.
A 지점
One
적 다수
lower
발견.
jump.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다. A 지점
One
적 다수
lower
발견.
jump.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, what do we do right now? Once we failed to take that kill. Reset the round completely. Go into the CT. Connect with your deadlock. And that's it. Play a 2v1. Keep your location a secret. And don't let the club isolate you into 1v1 fights through these smokes. Wait for smoke to disappear. We can take the lamp's control together with deadlock. And that's it. What we're doing right now is mega dangerous. And shorty? We cannot pull a shorty here because what if the guy swings from this smoke? Even better.
You have time to rotate.
Deadlock, wait. Deadlock, wait for me. Deadlock, wait for me. Don't peek, Deadlock. Don't peek. Don't. Try to tell them what to do. Your teammates are autopiloting. Like this, Deadlock doesn't know which video game she's playing.
아군이 한 명 남았습니다. 클럽.
You need to communicate more with your allies. Like you know, minimum 50% of Valorant players are just autopiloting. They're seeing the blood in their eyes. And you need to tell them what to do. Now here, this is probably that example where, you know, like, you were not able to refrag your teammate in time. So what do you do here? Like in this 1v1, like, if you feel confident in your mechanical skill, and you think you can win this 50-50 fight 7 out of 10 times, you can take this fight and try to win it. But during that match, if you feel that your mechanical skill is on the same pair as the enemies, then it is much better in this 1v1 if you just make this club paranoid. Keep your location a secret. Try to bamboozle her and try to outmaneuver her on the site. You're playing Jett, you have 2 smokes, for God's sake. Like, right now, I end up in this 1v1. Now, my mechanical skill is never good to take a 50-50 fight. What I would do in this type of situation, I would just use 1 smoke, 2nd smoke there, go into the elbow. Chloe is gonna waste enormous amount of time searching for you on the site. She doesn't know if you did this, if you went CT, if you're still on the site. She's gonna waste at least 10 or 12 seconds before she plants the spike. She starts planting the spike finally. That's the freest of the free kills for you.
한 명 남았습니다.
Overall, like in this match, like, I don't know, in this VOD, I personally couldn't see that many mistakes that you stated, like, in your, like, Discord questions, to be honest. Like, the first thing that I would kind of advise you is you need to lead your teammates a bit more. Like, tell them where to go, what to do, and you need to pay more attention on what type of smokes you're getting during your executes, and to always tell your controllers where do you need the smokes. Second thing that you need to do is, like, if it is already a good idea to do a 5-man execute somewhere or to play together, and you already notice that you have one teammate that is mentally disoriented, try to navigate that teammate a bit more. Like, Deadlock was lost in this match. Her rotations, mega slow. Team play, 0. Make her suggestion. Deadlock, can you play this round with us, please? Like, you know, we can easily take the A-shore control together. We don't need anyone in showers. Deadlock, wire is still on the B set, enemies are A. Like, can you come, you know, rotate with me, please? Let's play this retake together, for an example. Deadlock, you don't need to kill that Clove alone. Can you wait for me? Let the Clove plant the spike. And let's fight 2v1. Then, you know, when it comes to the executes, like, most of the executes that you did were fine during this VOD review. Except that one on the A set where, I don't know why you exposed yourself so much. Like, that type of execute is a very situational. You know, you sometimes do it when your teammates are doing the split from A short and showers as well. The bench is clear, then, you know, you want to have an option to jump on top of the truck or to kill the enemies at the backside and apply the pressure like that. But otherwise, you don't do it. Then, like, you're making some of these micro mistakes, but based on this VOD, I cannot tell. I cannot tell, like, if these are your consistent mistakes or just one. Because every round you make some kind of a random mistake. You know, it's not like you have a consistent mistakes that are repeating themselves. Like, it's just one random shit. And it's really hard, like, to give you, like, one general advice for all of this. Like, as you already mentioned, like, one thing that you're greatly missing in your gameplay is something that we cannot fix through just one VOD review. Which is your identification of repeatable patterns and better adaptiveness. Like, that is something that is fixed through multiple clip reviews, VOD reviews, like, coaching sessions. Like, it's not something that gets better just, you know, through one VOD review. We covered some situations, some scenarios, but even this VOD was mega weird, to be honest. Like, this is more like those, as I said, like those 40% of games that you're gonna play in Valorant, and not the, you know, average 60 where you can actually have some true solo carry impact. Then, like, mechanical skill is actually pretty consistent. I mean, mechanical mistakes. And for that, I'm gonna give you some kind of a fix and aim training routine, because I need to first think about, you know, what the fuck I'm gonna recommend you, and which one of my 100 trainings I'm gonna give to you. Because when it comes to mechanical skill, like, whenever the fight lasts a bit longer, you know, the target is moving, you need to move as well. God forbid that one bullet goes straight into the enemy. Even some of the kills that you got were quite miraculous, to be honest. Micro adjustments. Also, you don't like using your wrist at all. Like, wrist aim, not your thing, apparently. You know? When the targets are a bit more static, when you are the one engaging the enemies and clearing the angles, that is where you fight a bit better. And when the enemies are moving a bit less on your screen, like basically just enemies peek and commit to the fight. Usually that type of a fight you win. Reaction time is there, to be honest, for an Immortal 3 player. You react pretty fast, and then, you know, like, your general mechanical reactions are fast. And that is good. But micro adjustments and connection between your left and right hand is non-existent. Most of the time, in most of the fights. Like, you shoot based on your feeling rather than based on what you see on your screen, essentially. Crosshair placement is good. Like, I mean, you're an Immortal 3 player, like, your crosshair placement most of the time is where it should be, and that's okay. But sometimes you're trying to hit some miracle shots, no matter if you're precise. Like, basically, what you need to kind of value right now is precision over the speed for a few weeks. And that is what we need to focus on. Like, basically, I'm going to make some Kovacs routine for you that focuses primarily on micro corrections and adjustments. That focuses a bit more on the wrist aim and fingertip aim. And when it comes to some deathmatch training, in-game training, like, we're going to mix something that is heavily movement related. That is focusing on timing to, you know, stop and shoot, tracking targets and stuff like that. When it comes to the gameplay mistakes, like, as I said, like, this is what I could have picked through this VOD review. You have my 24/7 support for the next 7 days. If you want to share with me some other rounds or ask me some other questions, I'm open up for anything for the next 7 days. Because I would gladly like to see, like, maybe in the next 7 days, like, you can share with me, like, I don't know, 2 or 3 different rounds that you play or scenarios that you don't know how to play, and I can help you out. But that's the best that I can do through this, based on the VOD review that you presented. Also, when it comes to, like, some kind of a training, I'll give you one training that is gonna make you focus a bit more on reading the game, reading the teammates, enemies, and to improve your overall awareness. Like, if that training doesn't work, we can try 3, 4, 5 more trainings. It's, you know, that fix is usually easy. So you will get a training for that. You will get a specific warm-up aim training routine that you're gonna do for the next few months. Maybe I'm gonna share some private coaching videos explaining some of the topics that you asked me through these questions at the start of the VOD review. And for the next 7 days, we can maybe review a few clips, you know, a few rounds and sequences that you want to know more about. And that's it. Everything else we covered through this VOD review, it is what it is, basically. Like, I am coaching Apex players quite a lot, but I don't know. The games on average are not like this. Not like this. I thought it's gonna be a bit of a different game. That's why I thought the VOD review is gonna be much more interesting, to be fair. Okay. Other than that, we're gonna figure out everything else through private messages, like, because I want to see more from you. More gameplay situations, like more scenarios, how you play them, executes, team play, and stuff like that. I heard that Apex Ascendants have EU Radiant mechanics. Even in Europe, like, you can find some Ascendant players with, you know, Radiant mechanical skill. It's not, you know, region related, to be honest. When should I use Omen Ultimate? Well, I'm gonna answer on that, but before that, subscribe, do a like, leave a comment, join this server for private coaching, and I will see you in the next one.